Hello, welcome back to Alone Against Nyarlathotep. It is session 4 of the game, and we're on day 4. Very convenient. So, last time it was a little bit of a disaster as 2 party members got killed by a dark young that it turned out a large tree in the grounds was. Which I should have seen coming, really. Trees in Lovecraftian things. What else could it be? But we have lost Captain Ron Mahoney and Keiko Fong. The loss of Captain Mahoney is particularly bad because he is the only character who has a decent score in Navigate. So we're back to wandering around the forest and so on. But we have to press on. There are only 3 days left. The world possibly ends on the 8th of November. I guess we'll find out. But we have to do our best to save the world and avoid an incoming meteor strike and find a magic gem and make sure that it is lit up to avoid evil things coming out and all that sort of thing. So we have a bunch of clues, and we also have a clue from, or a comment rather, from the author of the module. Again, thank you for watching again. So, some tips: don't fast forward time. We can spend it in the library. We can also explore the local area. So we will start to do that. Should consolidate our weapons. So we've got some good ones already. I think the good ones we've got are the weapons that have silver bullets. So we have a revolver with 6 silver bullets in. We have just 6 loose silver bullets. We've got a flintlock that has 1 silver bullet in, but it might not work. So we also have a Tommy gun, but I don't think anyone has firearms SMG. Let's just have a look. So if no one has that, we just be rolling up the base chance, which I need to look up, but it's probably not great. Yeah, no one has firearms SMG, but we do have the SMG there. Should we want to use it? The doodle could be very important, or maybe not, depending on which way you look at it. So. Yeah, what I'm thinking with this doodle is this line here, I think, is the road. So if we look at the actual map of the place, there's kind of a bend in the road that kind of matches the doodle. And then if this is the road, then we've got, north in this direction. So this here would possibly be the Folly Tower, as that's over to the west. But I'm not sure what where the circle, square, and triangle are. But the circle, square, and triangle do come into the combination lock that we've got to find. A cross, circle, square, and triangle. So maybe we'll figure that out. Maybe we'll find some more clues relating to that. And yes, I should keep track of skill advancements because I've been forgetting so far. So concrete things we want to do today. We need to go to Boggle House to pick up Emily French, who will be cured of her temporary insanity by now. And we have been invited to a meeting of the Masons at the Ravenhall function room this afternoon. So we'll definitely check both of those out. So let's see, what have we got on the timeline for today? So we just resolved event 870, which was breakfast. And it's now 9:30. So I think we probably want to go to Boggle House first thing in the morning, as there's only one investigator right now, and we can recruit the other NPCs as investigators at dinner. So we've only got one person right now. We will have 2 when we pick up Emily French from Boggle House, and who knows what will happen when we visit the Masons this afternoon. So today looks fairly free of events. So we had a few random events yesterday, but today there's just breakfast, lunch, evening meal, and then being tired and going to bed. There's no other special things. So I think let's. So currently I have my main investigator is Cynthia Balshaw, who is not great with handgun. She is pretty good with shotguns though. So let's see. She has a 12 gauge shotgun. I don't believe I have any like silver shot or anything. No. So I guess she'll just keep that with her. Um, Other thing, yes, we have some other things on our to-do list to check out. We've not really explored the local area much. We've been to the local church. There's the housekeeper's cottage. There's a spy hole in bedroom 9 that looks down the dining room, which might do something different at night. There is a Queen Victoria style dress, which I noted down for some reason. We have the library, which we've been hinted at we should use the library, so I guess we will do that at some point. And yes, there's a vault, which we don't have any lockpick, so we can't pick it. We only know one number of the combination so far. But we do have the silver and middle key, so if we get the gold key, we can open this vault. So I'll also have my eye open for numbers and gold keys. But first things first, let's go to Boggle Hole. So let's go review the driving thing. Okay, so we have 2 vehicles. They can drive to grid references that have roads and lanes, and grid references are red, white, blue. So Boggle House is... Boggle Hole, rather, is red, white, blue, 6, 5, 4. Let's see. So the roads have snow covering them, so the wheeled yellow rolls is more difficult, but can be faster. The tracked version is safer but slower. So what is my drive auto skill? I have a 40 in drive auto. So it'd be nice not to need to roll that. Let's see. Okay, so the yellow one, the rolls, the yellow rolls needs a drive auto roll, and we can crash if we fail. The white snowmobile doesn't take a roll, but takes twice as long. So that being 60 minutes plus 4 units of time. I think I do have a terrible navigate, but I'll pick up the compass from the corpse of Captain Mahoney. I will bring that with me. Let's put it over here. And yeah, we've got time. So what if we drove that? It would be 30, 60, and then set that to 4. That's quite a long drive, actually. I also want to look around Boggle House a bit. Maybe I do want to take the yellow rolls. Yeah, let's take the yellow rolls. So I'll need to make a roll, and I might crash, but if it all goes okay, I'll get there much faster. Okay, so Cynthia piles into the, has her breakfast, goes and gets into the yellow rolls or silver ghost, and sets off to go pick up Emily French from Boggle House, who has now been cured of her temporary insanity. I hope. So let's get all my dice out the way. Okay. So a drive auto roll. 40%. Okay. I do have a reasonable amount of luck. Oops. That's a 5. That's a critical success. Let's mark that as successful. Let's have a slightly more noticeable mark. There we go. Okay, so we succeed on the roll, which means yes, 2 time and 30 minutes, as we're not going to an adjacent location. So let's advance time. And we are in, what did I say it was? 654. 654. Oh, let's also start tracking in our log. You find yourself in a gorge that allows a small river to arrive at the shore. The coastal path crosses the river via a narrow footbridge, while the steep road descends onto the beach. Does that sound like I'm in the right place? Yes, it does. Perfect. The many tiny windows of the plain construction are barred and show 3 floors. One is a basement made of huge blocks of stone where it descends to the riverbed. The shoreline is clear of snow and an appealing golden colour. You think this must be a beautiful location in summer. However, the sound of roaring waves and the smell of sea spray makes it less appealing in these testing conditions. If this is your first visit here, go to 905. Yep. Let's do that. Let's mark time. As you approach the mental asylum, a car pulls up by the footbridge. You're surprised to see 2 uniformed policemen get out and walk into the large building. A third man is left inside in the rear of the black police car. You can see his hands are handcuffed to a metal rail. He gets your attention by whistling through the open window and saying in an American accent, "You've got to help me. I'm an FBI agent. My name's Agent Damien Green. I'm being held here against my will. Please, contact the American embassy and tell them I'm here. These people are lying about me. I'm not insane. You've got to listen to me. They plan to kill me. Soon. I escaped, but crashed my escape vehicle when the dogman jumped out of the forest. When I came to, I was in the police cells and they wouldn't believe me. Just brought me back here. The docs are going to sacrifice me soon. Please, help me, please." "Sure they are," says the policeman and a pair of orderlies who come back out of the asylum. Under protest, they remove the American inmate from the car and walk him over the footbridge into the asylum. It does sound like something a crazy person would say. Let's enter the asylum. "Hello, I'm here to pick up my crazy friend, please." You enter the mental asylum through the reinforced front door. An attractive young lady wearing a white uniform is behind a desk. She looks up from her paperwork. "Hello, can I help you?" If you have Professor Bruin as an ally, I do not. I guess it's hello again, I'm here to collect my friend. Because my friend got... So there's 2 options about a friend. There's hello, I wonder if someone could examine my friend. But our friend has already been taken to the asylum, so I guess it's this one. I'm here to collect my friend. You mention you are here to collect your friend. If there is such a friend, after a moment, the member of the party comes through the white swinging doors. They look rejuvenated from their stay. Roll their stats to see how the 3 sessions of therapy went. Okay, so power, sanity, and intelligence. Okay, we've got 60 power. Yep, that is a success, so gain 1 sanity. Roll sanity. That's a success, that's a 1, gain 1 sanity, and then roll intelligence. That's a 74, which is a failure. That's one sanity as well. Add them to the party, and if you wish, you may choose them as the primary investigator. Do I want this person to be primary investigator? I do like the good archaeologist. Yeah, not really sure. I think it's fine with my current primary investigator. You sign release forms, and they seem fairly upbeat compared to their mental states. When admitted, you go outside into the never-ending snowstorm. I guess they're no longer temporarily insane as well, so I'll uncheck that. Okay, I kind of want to look around the asylum a bit. Let's see, what else could I have said here? I'm not sure I would say any of those things. So I collected my friend, and then I can go. I can follow the cliff top to the north. What is to the north? The direction of Robin Hood Bay. I can go out onto the beach. I can go follow the road to the west. There's a farm in that direction. Or I can follow the cliff top path to the south. In the direction of Stoopbeck. Let's go. Let's go to the beach. The intense sound of the powerful waves crashing into the rocks is jarring, while a howling wind picks up, coming off the dark sea, driving snow and perhaps even some hail at your face. The salty beach is free from actual laid snow as it melts immediately. To the south is a massive headland, towering high above the shore, where you can see a grand building atop the Mammoth Cliff. Numerous lights are visible to the north from a coastal village. To the west, a ravine in the cliffs delivers a small river towards the sea. A square white block building sits in the ravine adjacent to a footbridge. As you take in the scene, you notice a dark area under the cliff to the left of the ravine, a sea cave under the cliff. You can see it must flood at high tide. I mean, obviously I'm going to go explore a sea cave. Who knows what could be in there? You move into a dark sea cave where there's a small recess in the rock. The dank cave is green with slime, and the dark rocks on the floor are very slippery. A large slimy boulder is in the center of the tunnel, but doesn't block the way. Once around the rock, you see the chamber doesn't go that much further, but at the back of the cave is a raised plinth of natural bedrock. You can tell the cave must get submerged on high tides, judging by the seaweed and shellfish clinging to the stone. If you have Professor Baptiste as an ally, I do not. Search the cave. I can roll spot hidden. If you arrive here by magic, okay. Let's search the cave. So who has the best spot hidden of our surviving party members? We have a 70. That's got to be the best. Yep, 70% spot hidden. 38 success. Where was I? Here. 907. You potter around the sea cave, while the strong smell of the sea salt clears your sinuses. Behind some boulders in a corner, you find a full bottle of cognac under some flotsam and seaweed. Reading the label, it appears to be continental in origin. Gain a bottle of spirits if you wish. Sure, why not? There's little else among the trash line other than a few bits of rope, probably from fishing nets. You turn your attention to the bedrock plinth at the back of the cave and find there is a metal stud several feet above the floor. Upon inspection, it is a fairly recent addition, as the stainless steel is still fairly bright, with no deep rust. You wonder what the purpose was for hammering it into a crack here. In an alcove at the back, you find a box of 6 candles. As you turn to leave, you notice the large boulder near the entrance, which also has some metalwork protruding from it. A coarse, eroded cast iron eyelet embedded deep into the rock. Again, you wonder what practical use it would have. Certainly doesn't seem a good place to tether a boat. Go to 664. Okay, that's back onto the beach. Hmm. Yeah, so there's Ravenhall down here. So that's where I'll go to meet the Masons. I guess given that doesn't really seem much point walking south now since I'll be coming back later. I'll have to go back to the house for lunch, I suppose. And then after lunch I'll come out to Ravenhall. So maybe let's walk north along the beach. Just 665. Following the shore, you find yourself on a bleak section of beach between the crashing waves and the high sandstone cliffs. There is a drop in the wind and a momentary calm as snow silently falls onto the sand. Only then do you notice the sound of crumbling. It seems the cliffs are eroding constantly. Perpetually, fragments of stone are falling down onto the sand. Then the snow gets heavier again, so the visibility closes down. I'm not looking for Jess at the cliff base. I don't think. Let's head north still, and I guess after this one I'll probably turn back and go to the car and then drive back to the house. You find yourself at the bottom of an incredibly steep, narrow road in an old fishing village. The layout of the buildings is very random. It's like a jumble of dwellings almost fallen down the steep cliff. In the small town square, you are only yards away from the beach, accessible by a slipway between the buildings. Several boats are stored on buggies in the square to protect them from the storm. You spot a lifeboat house fronted with a large sliding shutter. On the road, the building nearest the sea is painted white, while signage indicates it is called the Bay Hotel. A side alley has a signposted fish and chip shop, which is tempting, but I shouldn't go there because it's lunch in a couple of hours. The road and walkways have been cleared, which is expected when considering the steep gradient and how dangerous this place could become once icy. Worn steps lead to a path that follows the cliff tops to the southwest. A sign says it leads to Boggle Hole. So I am now, here in Robin Hood's Bay. Walking around the roads back to Boggle Hole. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm like a 40-minute walk, and then I guess that's doable. Then leaves time to drive back. Yeah, okay. I will wander the roads back down to Boggle Hole and drive back from there. Which is a lot of walking, so I think I can justify getting some fish and chips for this morning, late autumn walk around Robin Hood's Bay. Let's order some fish and chips. So 897. You go into the alley and into a tiny fish and chip shop. The bell rings as you close the door behind you. It's nice to be in a warm room out of the horrendous weather. The smell of frying is overwhelming and makes you even more hungry. The young girl behind the counter takes your order for haddock and chips and takes your money. As you wait for the food to be ready, the fish fryer, a gruff bearded man, comes in from the back room and starts to make some small talk to pass the time. So, just visiting Robin Hood's Bay? You nod. Well, we don't get many visitors this time of year. You can see why, he laughs, indicating the awful weather through the window. You must be mad to be out in this storm. No offense, I don't mean proper mad like those at Boggle Hole. More like a bit funny, such as those from Scarborough. He laughs at his joke, which makes little sense to you as an outsider to this tiny village. Yes, the only local jokes I know that, of course, everyone from Scunthorpe has 6 fingers. I'm pretty certain, probably webbed fingers as well. I'm not aware of any terrible qualities of the Scarborough people. Finally, your fish is fried. The girl wraps it in newspaper before handing it over to the counter to you with a smile. Back in Robin Hood's Bay, and we got our fish and chips in like 4 minutes. Just very convenient. Okay, I think let's. I think we're on the Clifftop Road that goes southwest. Oh, I see. The Clifftop Road doesn't go around like the local roads here. It's on the clifftop. Makes sense. So it's actually a shorter walk than I thought. Oh, if you have fish and chips, go to 142. Am I going to be attacked by seagulls? I am. As you cross the street, a large herring gull swoops down and tries to dislodge your fish and chips from your hands. Herring gull, but I've got haddock. You attempt to fight it off and retain your food by waving your arms at the wily seagull. Roll brawl. Okay, I think probably Emily French has the fish and chips. Well, we probably both have fish and chips. I suppose my main investigator, actually, who's having to fight this off. They are the victim of the seagull. Fighting brawl 55. $18. Success, you managed to fend off the aggressive avian and retain your fish and chips. You curse the bird as you seek shelter. Let's check out the lifeboat house, and then we'll walk back down to Boggle Hole and pick up the car and drive back. Which is 839. You find your way inside the brick lifeboat house through a side door. A large white boat takes up most of the building on a wheeled cradle. Looking up at it in the dim space, you can see it is named Amber, and looks pretty new, as to the many oars protruding from inside. At the rear of the building are pegs laden with oilskins, while with Wellington boots stowed below. There are a dozen sets of cork life preservers and many coils of thick hemp rope, along with anchors, grapples, and folded sails. I do not have Johnny as an ally, so go to 860. A weathered-looking man with a full white beard is sitting in the corner and lights his pipe with a match while eyeing you up. He's wearing a thick collared Aran sweater and oilskin trousers. A worn captain's cap is balanced at an angle on his balding head. There's a silence for a moment before he speaks. So, who might you be? You introduce yourself, and he says, Someone mentioned that name as being the new folk up at Lombard House. You nod to confirm. Well, in that case, I'm very pleased to meet you and hope you continue the late Edward's support of our lifeboat. He's funded this beautiful boat since the old one was smashed on the rocks 6 years ago. Named it after his late sister, and what a beauty she is. Must have saved 100 lives since then, and it's all down to Edward Lombard. What a marvellous man he was, and terrible to hear of his slow demise. He deserved a better end, that is certain. Anyway, I'm John Lanson. He gets up from his stool and shakes your hand firmly. I'll tell you what, come again and I'll take you out round the bay. It'll be my pleasure, and you'll see what a fine vessel she is, perhaps the best on the east coast. There be no doubt in my mind. Well, I'm off home now at like 11 in the morning. End of a long day's work. We'll see you again soon, hopefully. At which point he shows you out and departs into the cottage next to the lifeboat house with a wave. Okay. I think we probably ate our fish and chips during the conversation. Or we're more on the watch for seagulls now. But yeah, I think let's walk down the clifftop path. You're standing on the crumbling cliffs above the long beach. A sharp wind. Let's see, where am I on the map? Here. Yep. A sharp wind blows snowflakes into your face as you try to peer out to sea. Yet the horizon is absent from your view. Even the shoreline is difficult to make out with the unrelenting snow. All you can identify as a landmark is the dark silhouette of buildings to your northeast. A cluster of houses positioned all down the steep bank that descends into the base of the cliffs. The moment is dimly lit as clouds blot out what ambient light has been penetrating until now. The brine air, the muffled crashing of unseen waves, and the cold overload your senses. Let's follow the clifftop path to the south and get to Boggle House. Okay, so I've left the car here. So I'll poke my head in the door. I assume it's just the same receptionist thing. Yep, it is. Okay, let's go back. Okay, let's drive back to the house. So, is Emily French any better at driving? She is. Okay, so she can drive. So we picked her up from the asylum, gone for a nice walk to Robin Hood's Bay, eaten some fish and chips, and now back to the house. Back to the place that caused her insanity. That's very much not a success. That is an 88. And I don't really want to spend 33 points of luck. Okay, so if the drive auto roll fails, the car leaves the road halfway to the destination. It crashes in the snow and loses 1 build point from the prang. A new journey must be attempted with additional time and drive roll. If the vehicle reaches 0 build points and stops working, it must be abandoned. That requires players to walk back to Lombard House or risk waiting half an hour in an attempt to gain 1 building and get the car back on the road, which is a mechanical repair roll. Okay. So right, so I'm driving like around here and to the south. So maybe like come off the road. Actually, let's just count squares. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we've kind of crashed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've kind of crashed like around here in 6, 5, 2. Let's just indicate we've crashed there. This is a destination on the same map, so this has only taken up 2 time, I suppose. We've lost 1 build point. Okay, what do we see when we're here? Let's just have a look at this nice patch of road we've crashed upon. But I think we're just going to make another journey attempt. So 652. It is red, white, and blue. Yes, that's the mnemonic. 652. You find yourself far below the high hill crest to the west. 2 quarries are set deep into the steep incline that have become substantial rock faces. The railway line passes below them on the route up the coast. However, none of the quarry looks like it has been used for decades. You can smell the sea air and realize you are close to the high cliff tops. There is no way down to the beach from here. The sound of the crashing waves is loud enough, but you cannot observe out to sea due to the snow. A track winds down from the southeast across what appears to be a golf course. The lane ends at a substantial sandstone house bearing a nameplate, Low House, which we can see here. Smoke billows from the chimney. A strong smell of soot fills the damp air, brought down again by the ceaseless snow flurries. An overgrown road leads from here to a ruin perched by the cliff tops. Seems to have been an early industrial complex. Even from this distance, you can see some substantial grinding stones around the ruined buildings. Oh, that's railway. Yeah, okay, so that's not the road I'm taking. Let's look at this route. Yeah, that's the railway line. That's not the road. I've actually crashed like along here somewhere. Okay, let's pretend I never saw that. Let's say I just crashed over here. I actually crashed at 621. Actually, let's just have a look at the map and make sure. Yes, that definitely does look like a railway, doesn't it? Is there a road to Ravenscar? Yes, there is. Okay, so there is a road from Lombard House to Ravenscar. But it doesn't connect to Boggle Hole. It kind of stops here at Stoopbeck. So to go from Boggle Hole to Lombard House, I have to go around here and then come down, yeah, like here and go around that way. Okay, let's say I crashed here at 621. Pretend we never saw 652. Okay, 621. The road heads down a steep valley with a small stone bridge at the bottom, beneath which is a frozen stream. A dense, snow-filled forest surrounds the icy road. A freezing fog seems to be lingering in this low ground that chills your exposed skin and creates billowing clouds of your breath. The snowfall is lighter now. You can see ice crystals forming in the freezing air. Okay, it doesn't look like the most exciting place to be, so let's just try driving again, see if we can make it back this time without crashing again. So we have 55% on our drive auto, and that is a success. So that costs half an hour and 2 time, and we make it back to Lombard House, which is in square 554. Start a new line of our log. You're back to where this mystery started, the gateway to Lombard House. However, this time it is evident the snow has been heavy since your last passing. The old forest and estate wall are covered in crisp snow several inches deep. The sky is dark, contrasted with snowflakes drifting down onto your face. Looking east from the top of the hill, you can see the distant horizon over the almost black sea. You can smell the salty prevailing wind. Green lamps on the shipping heading south help you see them in the poor light, while the red lamps of the ships heading north up the coast. Okay, I think we want to go. Uh, is there anything we've not really done out here that we can get done before lunch? So we've got like an hour. Um, so we did head down into the village and we saw the church, so we could look around the local area a little bit more. Um, the remaining time. So, yeah, north was the church and stuff. Um, let's have a look to the east, I suppose. The snow intensifies again, so despite the dim lights, you feel you have a touch of snow blindness. On the snow-covered highway near the crest of the hill, you get to a point 100 yards from the Lombard Estate wall. It is not after dark, so we do not roll a d6. Um, okay. Walk the estate perimeter, go to 484. Have I done that? I have walked the estate perimeter. I'm pretty certain because I got a map from it. Yes, I have walked the estate perimeter. So I don't want to do that. I can follow the road south. Yeah, I guess not really much in this direction. Uh, let's go back to 554 and then... So if we go back to Lombard House and then we'll go down to the village. So there's the church down here. There's a green lane, which it says no doubt Edward's property, so maybe that is worth checking out. Yeah, let's go to the green lane. The green lane cuts through particularly dense and twisted copse of scrub oak. Heavy snow obscures many features, but a small stream can be made out parallel with the muddy track. The snowfall is heavy once more. You struggle to see much else. Hmm. Um. So we're here now. Hmm. You can follow it west. We can move north across the stream. We can go back to where we came from, to the village, or we can go south through the trees, which leads us kind of sort of towards Lombard. Yeah, let's try going south. 544. Okay, that's right there. You find yourself in the center of a large pasture, deep in the drifting snow. A dark woodland borders it to the west. The clouds hang heavy in the dark sky, while light snow falls on your face. To the east, you can see the tower of Lombard House at the top of an incline. Amongst the snow, you see the body of a dead animal, perhaps a horse or cow, judging by its size. Okay, so I've investigated the animal before. I've been to the tower before. I could keep moving south. Which, yeah, let's go south and let's maybe do like a circle around Lombard House to see if there's anything. Well, maybe not like a full circle, but sort of like that sort of thing. See if there's anything interesting in the immediate vicinity. Okay. Move south. This wide open space must be grazing. Deep, under maybe a foot of snow. Bordering the field to the west is a mature dark forest of twisted oak laden with snow. West is not in the direction of Lombard House, so we've got okay, yeah. So the forest is this like dark green thing here. Okay. Mature dark forest of twisted oak laden with snow. The weather offers no respite as another blustery squall of snow hits you from the east. Your visibility is limited to maybe 100 yards maximum. It is not after dark. I think I want to head east. Yeah. You move through the open fields, deep with drifts of snow. Mm-hmm. I'm here now. I'm now directly south of Lombard House. The icy wind brings driving hail that you try to resist by lifting your collar. The heavy clouds obscure the light. The dimness combined with snowfall restricts your visibility. You see some light tracks that lead to a freshly frozen field. You see some light tracks that lead to a freshly frozen field mouse lying on the snow. You may choose to gain dead mouse. Hmm. So I know because I have seen it in another prompt that the Egyptian cat girl statue thing will do something if you have a dead mouse, but would my character pick up a dead mouse in the situation? Like traipsing through the field and you see a frozen mouse on the ground, like I'll pocket that. That would be kind of weird. I don't really see why I would do that. So I don't think I'll choose to gain dead mouse. If I decide I need a dead mouse in the future, I always know where I can come and get one. So yeah, let's go east and then north and then west. We'll be back at the house. Let's go east 563. Oops, where I lost my place. Here we go, 563. The snow lets up again. You can see better once more. The drifts collect here by the walls as snow blows off the fields. You arrive at the T-junction of the narrow road you remember passing when you first came to Lombard House. A signpost points north to Ravenscar, that's at 564, east to the station and the pub at Hayburn Wyke, 573, south to Cloughton, 564, or you can head cross country to the west, which where I've just been. Let's go north. Hang on, no, not. Did I want to go? Was it north or was it east? Actually, yes, it was north. Yeah, and then east next. Snow intensifies again, so despite the dim lights, you feel you have a touch of snow blindness. Something happens after dark here. Okay. Yep. West to Lombard House. And then I will go up the drive. And I think I'll go inside from here. Okay, so that's 2 points of time. So I have a bit of time until lunch. Let's see. What were the hints? So yes, I can go to the library. Um, hmm. Yeah, what was in the... Did I copy the list of what was in the library anywhere? No, I didn't copy what was in the library. But I'll do that. I'll go to the library. I do have the index as an ally. So, I just make a straight library use roll because I have the library index. What's my library use? 20. 75. 75 is very good. Lombard house records could be useful because I'm looking for some hidden numbers. So that might possibly point me towards something. Local landmark similarly could maybe be useful. But yeah, let's make a library use roll. And this takes 1d4 time, so let's roll possibly 1d4 plus 2. That's a success, and it cost 3 time. So getting close to lunch now. But I successfully found Lombard House Records, which is 217. You find a rolled up blueprint for the house, although you notice this is marked page 2 of 2. The first page is not present. Roll architecture. Oh geez. Architecture. Nope. Who has architecture? No one has architecture. It would have been funny if Captain Mahoney had architecture. Yar, I dropped out of university to follow my love of the sea. No, okay. Architecture, 1%. Okay. Yeah, I'm not spending 40 points of luck. You study the floor plans further, looking for every junction, air duct, and cavity. Roll spot hidden. I've got like a 75 or 70 spot hidden. Yep, easy. Success. Go to 218. Took some time. You find a secret passage concealed within the exterior wall near the front of the house. Looking closer reveals tiny writing, labeling it as a panic room. There's an entrance on the north wall of the study via a staircase that exits into bedroom 6. Yes, okay, I know about that. But good to know that was another place I could have found it. Okay, I don't think I'll have... Yeah, I don't have time to do another search, really, because that's going to get me to 7, at least. and then it takes a few steps to get through it. So yeah, I think I'll wait for lunch. It's at 9:44, and then I'll maybe come back to. I won't come back to the library straight after lunch because I got to go to Ravenhall for the Freemason meeting. Okay, 9:44. Let's see. Gotta be close to running out of space in this text box soon. The dinner gong summons everyone, eager to see what culinary delights Mrs. O'Brien is serving for lunch today. The dining room is nice and warm. The view through the leaded window is a stark contrast to indoors. The snow is heavy once more and falling quietly and into deep drifts. Despite being the middle of the day, the light is very dim because of the thick and laden snow clouds. When will this end, you wonder? Bring your attention back indoors. The solicitor suggests you take a day trip to Robin Hood's Bay. He says he has heard it is very picturesque and worth a visit. It does have aggressive seagulls, though, as we've just learned. Yes, although looking out of the window, he suggests it could perhaps be better in summer. The luncheon is a stew of grouse and rabbit, or a choice of leek with mushroom. Crusty hot bread is served with butter to accommodate the broth. It's just what you need to keep your strength and spirits up. So, have you found anything? Asks Miss Harris. Plenty of snow, you joke, earning a smile from the young woman. Miss Harris was the protege, the musician girl, I believe. Yeah, I think so. Come now, surely you found more than that. I've seen you going here and there and everywhere, in fact. So, have you solved Edward's riddles and games? Because to me, it sounds like he has indeed left behind some cryptic puzzle to solve. But I never was any good at puzzles, so I left it to cleverer people to solve. So, have you? She persists. No, I'm afraid I'm not quite there yet, Miss Harris. However, when I am, you will be the first to know, you promise her, in jest. She smiles and heads back to the sitting room, while the other benefactors begin to disperse. If your party is short, you may recruit a pregen now. Okay. Who would be useful to have? Possibly, well, like, basically everyone has a mason ring, right? Like, Emily French doesn't, but, doesn't as well. Okay, who would be most useful to have? He's good at shooting. Also good at Latin, could be useful. I have the GP, who is also good at Latin. Better at Latin, in fact, and he has a sword cane, which is, of course, a very cool weapon. He's pretty good at the occult as well. Natural word, medicine, first aid, yeah. Oh, we have this guy. I think I'll bring Dr. Marcus Sykes along. Welcome to the party, Dr. Sykes. You can patch up our wounds after trees attack us. Okay, move time to 1:30 p.m. Right, I'm going to drive to Ravenhall. And I guess I'll take the car again. Or try to. 32, I have a 40 drive auto, right? 40. 55, yes. Emily would have been driving as she is better at that driving. So she has succeeded on her... we succeeded on the spot hidden roll to examine the plans. It was the 70 spot hidden. So... Oh, yes, I already checked that. Okay, so we drive to Ravenhall, which is... Red, white, and blue. It is 671. It's going to cost 30 minutes plus 4 time. No, plus 2 time. "671. You find yourself inside a walled compound, inside of which is a huge sandstone edifice. Some 4 stories in height and covered in windows, it must have a great many rooms. A sign at the gated entrance reads Ravenhall Luxury Hotel. An impressive lawn surrounds the building that seems to end at stone battlements overlooking the majestic bay far below. Inside, the view is quite staggering from what glimpses you get through the snowstorm. The high altitude of this building also means there is a fair degree of wind blowing in from the white-capped North Sea. A gateway from the lawn descends down steps out of the battlements and onto the beginning of what appears to be a 9-hole golf course carved into the steep hillside below you. The yellow flags on the green are flapping hastily in the squall. The path also heads down the steep cliffside. A rock headland is far below where waves are battering the shore. Let's enter Ravenhall. Standing in the impressive Victorian lobby of Ravenhall Hotel, you take in the luxury of the decor. High-ceilinged and with a deep red theme and carpet, this place seems higher class, even opulent, compared to everywhere else you've seen on the coast of Yorkshire. A smartly dressed man is manning the counter and gives you a smile from behind his manicured moustache. A sign on the counter reads "No vacancies." Meanwhile, a young bellboy in a blue uniform stands to attention nearby. As you step to the counter, the receptionist welcomes you and asks how he can be of service. I'm fine, thank you. Leaving it outside. Just walk in. How can I help you? Nope. No, not interested, sorry. I have a Masonic ring, so I'll go to 8:30. The receptionist notices your ring of the Masonic Order and says, "I see you are here for the meeting of the Masonic Lodge." You nod and smile. "Yes, that is correct. Can you show me in, please?" Of course. Members can go through there and into the East Wing, while your friends can wait in the public bar through there in the West Wing. You must remove all party members who do not have Masonic rings. So Cynthia has a Masonic ring. Emily does not have a Masonic ring, and Dr. Sykes does have one. Okay, so she is temporarily... Let's make that blue. She's temporarily not in the party. You head to the East Wing and find a sign indicating the Women's Order of Masons is downstairs while the men's meeting is upstairs. You may attend several meetings if you're eligible. Okay. Cynthia Balshaw looks at Dr. Sykes and says, "Alright, gang, let's split up and look for clues." So she's going to go to 909. If you have Women's Masons as an ally, go to 941. I do not. Walking into the meeting, you find there are only 2 women present. This isn't like the usual Masonic meetings one would expect. The well-to-do pair of robed ladies look surprised to see you walk in and take a seat at the large table. "Welcome to the Ravenhall Masonic Lodge meeting of November 1925. I will now bring this function to an open and greet our guests from," says the spectacled lady, wearing what you can only describe as a wizard's outfit, complete with rune-decorated sash. You introduce yourself and where you're from, which the younger of the 2 ladies writes down with quill and ink. "I am Master Mason, Adelaide Lytton. I welcome you to this lodge ceremony as a visitor and our guest." Drinks are ordered, and you all begin to chatter before a small platter of seafood is brought out. Shrimps, calamari, edible crab, queen scallops, lobster, mussels, winkles, kippers, mackerel, sea trout, salmon, and tuna steaks, with many more seafood dishes, such as lemon sole and plaice, with cod, haddock, and even deep-fried eels. Some of it is certainly an acquired taste. You learn the other woman is the village school teacher, Miss Lucy Baines, and she appears very astute and of knowledgeable character. She wears old-fashioned jewelry, and her makeup is minimal. However, she seems friendly and keen to chat about the worsening weather being related to pollution from burning massive amounts of coal and polluting the atmosphere. She tells you a horror story of visiting London and her then friend succumbing to the terrible smog and dying within days. Adelaide Lytton watches on, shaking her head slightly as Lucy tells the story. Once she gets a chance, she asks about your visit. Time +3. Okay. I guess I have two things going on, so let's keep track of two parallel tracks of time. So I've got woman meeting and man meeting. Let's flip between the two meetings in parallel. Um, 8:30. 873. You enter the first floor function room to find a huge table, but only two men sit around it. One is an aging gentleman wearing a pristine white suit and battered fedora hat. He's blowing smoke rings from his pipe. He observes your approach, while the unseen man to his left is unaware due to holding up a full-sheet newspaper, The Times, that he's reading from aloud. The body of a middle-aged gentleman was found on the rail track just outside of Stakston Station, North Yorkshire, on the afternoon of 3rd November 1925, around 3 o'clock. A local farmer from the bordering village of Flixton was out fencing with his son, when they spotted the body immediately after the train to Scarborough passed. The man was found to have died, presumably from the fall. Post-mortem revealed he had indeed suffered a broken neck and fractured skull from the blunt force trauma. However, bruising on the neck suggests there was an attempted asphyxiation before death. Therefore, a murder is suspected. Police spokesman, Superintendent Monkfish, stated that no identity papers, train ticket, or wallet were found on the body. Yet the ticket inspector suggests he remembered the man producing a valid ticket from his wallet. Therefore, the motive is likely theft, and investigations are ongoing. Anyone with any information should ring 999 and ask for the police. The well-spoken orator lowers the newspaper, and only then sees you have arrived. I'm pretty certain this guy, because this isn't the first time I've heard him mentioned. I'm pretty certain this guy was supposed to come to the reading of the will, and the character who showed up late is the murderer, and not supposed to be here. But I have no evidence for this really beyond it just feels like that's what fits in a story like this. So I guess we'll see. Why didn't that jump up to 9? No. Wasn't it on 3 and then it should have gone to 6? Well, 7 because 1 time unit to get here and then +3 here. Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay. So I'm on 9:30. The Susie gentleman with the newspaper is middle-aged and has slight scarring on his cheek. He notices you and stands to greet you with the offer of a handshake. Hello there, I'm Professor Nigel Bruin. Pleasure to meet you. This is our lodge elder, the Right Honourable Judge Mycroft Ashford. You introduce yourself and he offers you a seat and a drink from their decanters. The slow gin proves very Moorish. It is a pleasure to have visitors. It is a pleasure to have visitors to the Masonic meetings, and fairly rare these days in this distant backwater. If you need any help with anything or advice regarding the area, don't hesitate to ask, says Bruin, while pouring himself a second glass. Just then, a third man enters the grand room, and it is immediately obvious he is a man of the cloth. Pleased to meet you. I am Reverend Pashby, says the bearded gentleman, while sitting at the table. Sorry I'm late. The weather's terrible out there. So, where are you staying? Here at Ravenhall? Here on business? Asked the professor. All the while, the judge has just remained silent and blown smoke rings from his pipe over the table, quietly watching you under the brim of his hat. I'd probably say I'm a benefactor of Lombard House. I'm a benefactor of Lombard House, you admit. Well, 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 says the judge. I must congratulate you. Welcome to the area in this Masonic lodge. I hope to see you at more meetings in the future. Indeed, that is an amazing estate, and I hope it brings success and happiness, whatever you decide to do with it, adds Professor Bruin. It needs someone to cast off the haunted reputation and breathe new life into the place. I can see why Edward would pick the likes of you to carry on the legacy of Lombard House. You seem a solid and respectable pillar of society. I hope to see you at the next church service, says Reverend Pashby. Thank you, brothers of the lodge, you smile. The clergyman raises his glass for a toast. To our new friend. You all take a drink of the delicious liquor. I tell you what, I'll come and bless Lombard House for you soon, insists the Reverend. Again, Reverend Pashby is not. Oh, hang on, haven't we had him offer to bless it before? I didn't note down. Oh. He's definitely offered to bless it before. Reverend Pashby is an ally. So the women Masons, I believe we got those as an ally. And go to 956. You decide perhaps these are fellows who might have some knowledge useful to you, so take a chance and ask a question. Let's see, is this area linked to the occult? Did Edward Lombard ever mention a curse? Does anyone know much about the Boggle Holes? I think probably the curse. Okay. So, lean forward. So, did Edward Lombard ever mention a curse? And then we cut back to our other group. So, we were at 909. We had 3 time pass. We gained women Masons as allies. Lombard House as a benefactor or local legends. Those both sound interesting. When I ask about local legends, what sort of person am I? Not really a anthropologist or a student of the occult. So probably benefactor. You explain you're staying at Lombard House as a benefactor, subject to the stipulations in the will. They both seem intrigued and say there are a few rumours about the Lombard estate being haunted, but neither of them have ever been to the place, as Edward never invited anyone. Lucy says that Edward was a very kind man who often gifted equipment and books to her small school, and what a terrible loss it was to the community at his passing. Adelaide agrees and explains he supported many local charities, such as paying for a new lifeboat at Robin Hood's Bay. Lucy says she really liked him and thought it was reciprocated, but he made it clear he didn't wish to marry anyone, joking that his family were all cursed with bad luck. He didn't wish it upon anyone else. Lucy says, I always thought it was a strange thing to say. Anyway, it wasn't to be, and he sadly deteriorated over the last few years since. He used to attend the meeting upstairs without fail and was good friends with the Right Honourable Judge Ashford. So, is Lombard Estate haunted? Come on, you can tell us, dear. Oh, please tell. Please do tell, giggled Adelaide. What do you say? Cynthia, I'm pretty certain, is the character who was attacked by a mummy in the first night, and she has seen people ripped apart by an angry tree, so I think she's going to say that she thinks there are spirits there. I believe there are spirits in Lombard House, you reply. Adelaide's face lights up. I was hoping you would say that. I'm interested in spiritualism myself. Ever since attending a seance in Edinburgh, I've believed in the paranormal, so don't be embarrassed. If you think it sounds silly to talk about such things. It is part of life and death. She gets up and moves to a cabinet in the corner, where she unlocks a drawer, produces a wooden box. Bring it to the table. You see it open up into an Ouija board with a planchette. She explains how to use it and suggests she borrow it and use it one night at Lombard House to perform a seance. You accept and gain Ouija board. Okay. a different sort of spirit to the bottle of spirit. Sure, let's ask about local legends. Then we'll cut back to the other group. Local legends? Sure, says Lucy. Many locals say there is a monster upon the moors on nights such as these. Dark nights with full moons and bad weather. They say the creature is a half man, half dog, so they call him the Dog Man. So, imaginative name. Not a werewolf, a dog man. Originally, the legend started around Flixton, a village a dozen miles to the south, but these last 10 years have brought many sightings further north onto the great North Yorkshire moors. Now, I say it's all nonsense and exaggeration by tipsy farmers, but I've heard the howl of the dog man myself, and it chills my very blood to the bone. Are the moors on the kind of more more? Yes, the moors are more to the northwest. I think maybe kind of like due west, kind of. But yeah, not on our travel map. Adelaide starts to giggle. Oh, come on, Lucy. It'll have been some stray dog from the Lancaster kennels in your wild imagination. You've never been the same ever since reading that magazine, Weird Tales. And there are such stories you told me that have been published about lichens in the last couple of years. What were they now? The Phantom Farmhouse and the Ghost Eater. Do you remember? Don't mock me, Adelaide, please. I'm telling you that legend is true, and if you had heard that hellish beast, you wouldn't doubt me. It was no stray dog, retorts Lucy before there was an awkward silence. Thank you for having me. I'll be going now. Go back to the Man Masons. So we were on 988, so we had just advanced the time, but we didn't do anything yet. Did Edward Lombard ever mention a curse, you ask? There is a little chuckle shared by the Masons before Reverend Pashby answers, of course he didn't, despite some of the rumours surrounding his property. He never suggested there was a curse. We even asked him once, I recall. He looks at the others, but he just smiled and said nothing, probably revelling in the absurdity of local gossip surrounding his family. Well, that is true, agrees Bruin, but I do recall his mother was admitted to the Boggle Hole long before my time. I came across her records one day, and I seem to remember that part of her delusion was her obsession about the house being cursed or haunted or something. I tell you what, come down to the Mental Institute sometime. You can take a look yourself if you're interested in that sort of thing. I actually run the place, offers the professor. Gain Professor Bruin as an ally. Oh, that would have been useful to have before we went in the morning. Oh well. Go to 923. Steward knocks on the function room door and enters. He delivers a letter to the judge, who promptly opens it. As he reads it, he tells the staff member, "Tell my man to have the car ready to go, immediately," who nods, then promptly leaves. Seems I am needed in York to preside over a murder case that one of my peers was judging. However, the Right Honourable Judge Alistair Hurst, a good friend of mine, has been taken seriously ill, and I must step in for him. He stands and shakes everyone's hands before heading for the door. This meeting of the Masonic Order is now hereby closed. See you all at the next one, just before Christmas, he declares over his shoulder. Everyone stands and finishes their drinks while bidding each other farewell. It's 8:12. We have reunited. And we have gained Masons. And there's no time to get back to 8:12, so he hangs around for 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes, like 4 minutes, waiting for the group to reconvene. Let's go to the bar and meet up with Emily French. Yep. Okay. You enter the luxurious public bar. which has gold fittings and exquisite furniture. There is a large window to admire which offers a view over the wintry bay and farms to the north. A substantial marble-topped bar is frequented by a dapper barman in a white jacket. His hair is slicked and his small mustache is impeccably trimmed. He looks at you intently as you approach. Regain any party members here. And roll credit rating with an advantage die. Okay, who has good credit rating? 75 credit rating. 85. 70. Okay. 85 credit rating. Here's my advantage die. Okay, critical success. Sadly, you can't gain points in credit rating by succeeding on rolls. Like, wow, I'm better at being rich now. Okay. Success gets a 939. Oh. If you have Rutherford as an ally, I do not. You take a luxurious seat near the grand fireplace at a low table. The barman comes over and takes your order. A middle-aged couple sat nearby ask if you want to join them, so you do, just as the drinks arrive. They appear very conventional people, both in their dress and being well-spoken, and well-spoken Southern English accents. They stand to greet you. "We are the Rutherfords," says the well-groomed man. "I am Terry, this is my wife, Wendy." And his wife offers her hand. You all take a seat and enjoy the luxury of the situation. We're just on holiday for a few days, but seem to have caught the worst of the weather. It's great to be away from the university for a while. We're both professors at Oxford, you see. Rachel is an expert on fossils. That's why I come to these cliffs, as there are some excellent specimens just waiting to be found as the cliffs erode. While I specialise in Bronze Age man, and this area is always a prime place to see dozens of tunnels, tumuli rather, and megaliths. So we both love this special corner of this green and pleasant land, he explains while Wendy nods. Despite the appalling weather conditions, we are busy collating our observations from previous field trips to locations around here, she adds, while putting her reading glasses back on and returning to her notebook. I do not have a metal disc or a fossil, I don't think. Nope. Go to 958. The bar is empty, other than the two people I'm sat next to. But you still enjoy a little time in front of the fire and looking at the stunning view outside through the large glazed window. Snow is falling slowly again and the wind must have dropped. How idyllic it appears when you are inside compared to the hardship of being out in the freezing conditions and deep snow. If only you could relax, but you cannot, as your mind is still racing from the strange nightmare you find yourself living. I do not have Dr. Blythe as an ally. After drink, you decided it's time to leave. Okay, back to 812. Let's leave. We could go back to Boggle Hole now that we're friends with Dr. What's his name? And it's on this map. There isn't a road directly connecting it, but it's on the same map, so it's only 2 time units to get there. Yeah, let's go to Boggle House. Just like show up like, oh, hello, I saw you half an hour ago. I didn't expect you to visit so soon. 40. Yes, that is exactly right. Okay. So Boggle House is 654. So let's enter the asylum, and then we have Professor Bruin as an ally. So 2 time past getting here, and then 1 time past just doing that. You're about to talk to the receptionist. Now, as you're about to talk to the receptionist, rather, the white swing doors open and Professor Bruin enters the foyer carrying 2 large suitcases. Putting them down, he shakes your hand. Well, if it isn't you again. We'll have to stop meeting like this, he quips with a smile. I presume you've come for a look at those records we discussed. You greet him and nod. Well, that'd be splendid, Professor. Martha, give these people a pass, tells the receptionist. I show you myself, but I've been called away to London for a few days by Scotland Yard. They want me to help them understand a psychopath who's killing clergymen around the city. They hope I can analyse his actions, maybe preempt the next slaying. Well, if I can help, I believe it is my duty. However, it means I'm going to be away for a few days. So I'm leaving the facility to be run by the best psychologist I know, Professor Jean-Baptiste. If you need anything, ask him and he'll explain. Sadly, he just nipped down to the village. But if you need to return, I'm sure he'll be here. Anyway, good luck with Lombard House, and I look forward to seeing you at the Masonic Yule meeting at Ravenhall. Goodbye. I'm not sure why I said Ravenhall goodbye like it was one word. At Ravenhall, goodbye. He shakes your hand and leaves. You see him load his car and pull away up the lane and into the blizzard. The receptionist goes to sign the visitor book. Lose Professor Bruin as an ally. Well, the friendship was short-lived, but he was useful. Go to 901. She agrees to let you through into the asylum and hands you a pass to clip to your coat label. Walking casually through the swing doors, you decide to head for so I could look for the crazy American guy. As I'll start with the records department, and then maybe wander around and explore, see what's going on here. You find the room near the stairwell that says records on the door. Letting yourself inside, you discover many racks of filing cabinets and folders. You begin to look for something relevant. How nice it must have been to live before regulations on healthcare records and whatnot. You can just feel like, I'm looking into something. Please show me all of your patient records, and they'd be fine with that. Okay, D3 time and a library use roll. That's 3 time and a success on the library. It's not 857, 929. Sifting through the labels of the filing cabinets, you soon find one marked Damien Green. But looking inside, you discover the folder is empty. Seems to be the only one missing after flicking through the others. How odd, you think. However, it does show his cell number is 21. Looking at the asylum floor plan you find in the files, you work out that he's in the corner cell by the river. I'm not really sure why I care about Damien Green, but okay. Go to 938. Searching the old box folders, you come across a couple that interest you. It turns out there was a Lombard institutionalized here, one Lucinda Lombard. Her file reveals she was admitted full-time in 1896 because she had delusions that her house was inhabited by a creature, a dark entity, or demon she called the Red Worm. Red. Is that what the crazy guy said? Where's the crazy guy? I didn't copy it out, did I? Okay, the crazy guy was a random encounter. He was 1137? Oh, I've got the wrong tab open. Oops. Okay. See, 1137. Was that the crazy guy? What did he say? Hmm. The red worm made me do it. He made me do it. He said I had to kill the bringer of light. So I had no choice. No choice, you hear? He made me do it. Okay, red worm. She would have screaming fits. Actually, I'll copy this out just in case. Let's put him over here. Okay. She would have screaming fits and shout, "The dark is haunting me." Some sort of haunter in the dark, you might say. And demand the lights be kept on at night, when she would sit rocking on her bed, muttering, "I know your name, Kyanga. Leave me be, slave of the crawling chaos. Begone from my mind, I banish thee." Otherwise, she would descend into hysteria and screaming if the lights did go out. All manner of treatments are trialled, but none seemed to have any effect. She died while still a resident in the year 1900 on the eve of the millennium. The notes suggest it was presumed she was terrified by the nearby village fireworks display, judging by her horrified expression of mortification. Heart failure was the official autopsy result, although the coroner noted a strange discoloration on the forearm, not dissimilar from an adabite in appearance. However, there were no breaks of the skin, so was noted as a coincidental bruise pattern. You put everything as you found it and quietly leave the records room and slip back into the corridor. Gain demon name. Ooh. Let's also copy this just in case. I'm going to end up with too many things copied in to really be useful, but whatever. What did I get this moonlight clue from? I should have noted down where this came from. Anyway, go to 901. Okay, I'm going to go through all of these places, but first, I'm going to go and get a drink. So I'll be back in a moment. Okay, let's go to the offices. I was hoping to explore this place when we first came, so I will wander around incredibly rudely and nosily to learn all the things that I can in this asylum. Alright, 924. You find your way into the main offices, and giving people the slip, you discover the facilitator's main headquarters is an opulent leathered room in a opulent leathered office in a deep green, with gold inlays and details. On the desk, a strange ebony statue of a squat octopus-type creature is apparently being used as a paperweight. It is a little unsettling, as it almost looks lifelike. You begin to search around, seizing the opportunity. I like how this this adventure includes like basically every Cthulhu reference, like every like Lovecraftian reference it can. We've got all the Nyarlathotep stuff, obviously like the Egyptian stuff and the Haunter of the Dark and whatnots. We've got like the flying snake monster things. I can't think of what the name is at the moment, but that's a type of monster. We've got stuff happening in the Pacific, some ocean islanders, which is generally very like Dagon and deep ones. We've got an actual Cthulhu statue here. Just take all the references and cram them in. Anyway, let's rifle through this office. 42. Yes, that's a success on the spot hidden. And we've already marked spot hidden. I can't really say another character is using spot hidden. That's a bit metagamey. In general, I think I'm just gonna have my best character who's present do the thing because you know they're most likely to succeed. Okay, go to 957. Okay, 957. Searching around the plush office, you shockingly discover there is a Luger automatic pistol and spare magazine taped underneath the desk. Pretty unusual, but maybe it is in case one of the criminally insane murderers managed to attack the office staff, you wonder. It must be a war trophy, you guess. Leaving it there, you search the drawers and come across a delicate-looking papyrus marked as some strange language that you fail to recognize. Returning it to the drawer, you widen your search, and behind the cupboard there is a musty smell of the salty sea. Reaching in, you pull out a strange, large green tentacled design of a face carved into a piece of ancient, rotting bogwood. What on earth is this? I have a character who has 5% Cthulhu mythos. Surely she can do this. No. Well, 13, that's pretty close. It is pretty close. It's just, I have the main Call of Cthulhu rules here. You can't spend luck on combat. I'm pretty sure you can spend it on Cthulhu Mythos, though, but I'm just gonna double check. Just in case. Also, I don't know what it is, but some PDFs seem to be configured so that the hyperlinks like change the page scale whenever you go to them, which is very annoying. I wish there was a way I could disable it in this PDF reader. Probably page 32 or 85 or 90. Some 190. Luck. Oh, that's a luck roll. What about spending luck? I'm pretty certain. If I can't find it, I'm just going to say you can't because I'm... Luck spending. There we go. Page 99. Luck points may not spend on luck rolls, damage rolls, sanity rolls, rolls to determine and the amount of sanity points lost. Okay, so yes, you can spend it on Cthulhu Mythos. And yeah, you can't use luck to avoid a fumble, but it was just a regular failure. So, So I got a 13, I need to find. I'll spend 8 points of luck. Down to 47. Go to 971. You recall reading something in some old book about cults of the sea, how these pagan worshippers use totems to try and summon or contact their chosen deities. You think this bogwood carving is one such totem. Judging by the tentled effigy, this is perhaps a depiction of Great Cthulhu, an immortal entity you recall was supposed to be sleeping deep underwater in his ruined city called Relay. Indeed, the green paperwork is out of another associated deity, though you're unsure which one specifically it is. It represents either Dagon or Hydra, you think. So I love the Cthulhu Mythos skill in Call of Cthulhu because you have these weird realizations like this. It's like, oh, I saw a flying snake monster, which drove me insane, and suddenly I'm able to recognize cultic materials that are unassociated with this snake. And it's, of course, a necessary limitation because you can't have like different Cthulhu Mythos skills for like every different aspect of the mythos. But it does feel kind of silly sometimes. Anyway, back to 901. Okay, so that was the offices. I'm going to go to the basement cells, I suppose. You manage to find your way downstairs, and when you come across an orderly, he simply waves you on, presuming you have a pass. I do have a pass. It's pinned to my jacket. Looking around at a roster on the wall, you find Damien Green is in cell 21. Walking the corridor, you come to a final corner cell in the basement, and can see him through the tiny window in the white cell door. A young man who looks somewhat despondent and tired, straps to a backboard on wheels, wearing a straitjacket and white cotton trousers with no footwear. His hair is wild and uncut, and his face is slightly bruised on the cheek. He notices you and looks up from his tiny white padded cell. "862. I'll also check out the upstairs cells after this as well. So I'm not particularly looking for Green, I don't think, but I don't know. You look at Green through the small aperture, and he asks, "So, who are you? Another doctor?" with a strong American accent. Of course, you can tell in how I portrayed his voice. You tell him in a hushed voice, "No, I'm not. I'm here to help you." You introduce yourself. He looks skeptical and asks, "Why are you here to help me? What help is on offer? Call me cynical, but you obviously ain't the feds or anyone with authority, or else I'd already be out of here. So quit with the man game. I'm not falling for it." "Look, if you don't want my help, then just say so," you reply. "Well, maybe you are on my team. Maybe you ain't. But one thing is certain. These scumbags upstairs are intending to sacrifice me to their so-called elder god, a great old one they call Dagon, and they intend to do it soon. They have told me in this very room that the stars are almost right. When they are, I'll be offered to the sea to enhance their occult powers. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy. And it is. But that's what these people believe and are going to do. Look, I came here after investigating a small fishing village in the States called Innsmouth. It was the same cult, doing horrific rituals that innocent victims sacrificed to the sea. I found some letters while there that led me here, and thought the people I spoke to could help me investigate. Turned out I'd spoken to the wrong people, and they were actually the ringleaders and cult leaders. That Blythe and Baptiste who keep me incarcerated here. They're the ones seduced by dark magic, thoroughly corrupted by ancient evils. You've got to believe me. I know it sounds insane. I'm just the messenger and the victim. The lunatics are running the asylum. You gotta get me out. You need to do it soon, or I'm toast. Jennifer believed me. I think they've done her in. Man, if I could get my hands on those fiends, what I'd do to them for what they've done to poor Jenny, they'd pay. They'd pay dear, all right. You gotta get me out. I'm in cell 21, which I'm standing at right now. Go to the authorities, or go to the American Embassy or something. Please, you gotta get me out of here before it's too late. If you have the blue ring, I don't think I have a blue ring. Pretty certain I don't have a blue ring. Yeah, no. He begins to sob quietly. Roll psychology. Anyone good at psychology? 10%. 10%. 40%. Nope. I don't really want to spend 28 points of luck on this. So, I fail the roll. You decide this man's story is unbelievable. He's a lunatic, lost in his own fantasy. You don't wish to be dragged down with him and feel being caught here isn't going to help your situation. Despite his protests, you leave, removing yourself from the influence of his madness. Somehow, no one sees you leave and you slip away into the thick blizzard. It's freezing with the icy winds off the sea being channeled up the narrow gorge. Certainly not somewhere to linger. I also wanted to check the upstairs ones. So let's just say that I didn't leave and I check out 901. Yeah. And I'll go to the top floor cells. You head upstairs while the orderly takes little notice of you, presuming you are a professional and authorized to have gotten this far into the building. As you look around the cells, searching for Damien Green, you see they're numbered 1 to 8. One of the inmates whispers to you through the small aperture in the cell door, numbered 4. He whispers, "I'm Matthew Blake. You've met my cousin." You look into the aging face through the window. Indeed, he looks like John Blake, who offered you a lift at the train station when you first arrived. Except this man has the most wild eyes. Eyes filled with deep emotion, sadness, anger, terror. You recoil from those eyes. It made me do it. The bringer of darkness, the red worm, the father of all hunting horrors, Nyarlathotep's champion. I had no choice. He possessed me and used me. You got to believe me. Has power to stop his hands from wielding that axe. Time after time, chopping and chopping, unable to even close my own eyes to stop me seeing the bloody mess I made of my own wife and dearest daughter. They begged me to stop them. They begged me to stop, and then, later, begging me to work faster and end their misery. I know you will believe me. It taunts me as I languish here in purgatory, appearing to me in dreams as a distant snake every few months. It only last night came to warn me not to say a word to you, benefactor of Lombard House. He ends the conversation and turns away from you before he begins violently rocking on his crib. You hear footsteps approaching, so choose to look somewhere else. Let's leave the asylum now. I have asylum floor plan. It goes to 383. I don't think I especially want to climb the wall to go talk to Damien Green right now. Maybe there'll be something I want to say to him later. But I don't have any reason to talk to him right now. Okay. Let's drive back to Lombard House. That's definitely a failure on the whole drive auto roll. So again, we could like crash down here. Losing 1 point of build. Some time passes. Let's try again. 53. Drive also 55. Yes, we just make it. Okay. That's half an hour and 2 time. Okay, we'll make it back to Lombard House, which is 554. And we'll go into the house. Oh, this text box is full. Let's start another one. Go back inside. That was only 1 time. I could go to the library as there's still more stuff. Yeah, let's go to the library. 6:31. And let's look for... Let's see, I'm pretty sure I've already looked at 161 because I copied it out, right? Let's have a quick look. 161, maybe not actually. Oh, no, I have done one. Nope, that was a different thing that's got 161 in it. I've not done 161. So I could do the financial ledger. The family history and financial ledger are kind of the most interesting to me right now. So let's try the family history. It's gonna cost D4 time, and a roll. What is my library use? 20, 75, 55, and that is 65. So we're good on the library use. I can mark this. But it costs 4 time. When's our next event? Evening meal at 7 p.m. Okay. So a little bit of time. A hefty ledger details Henry Lombard, 1753 to 1849, coming from normal stock as a fisherman's son in Robin Hood's Bay, working his way up to captain of a merchant ship around the Pacific. known for being a very accurate navigator when plotting his courses. This is due to his own sextant design. This would provide part of his business in later years. He was commanding the largest merchantman called the Blenheim of London, as painted by Thomas Whitcomb in 1790, just before he departed on a voyage of discovery to the Pacific. Henry departed in 1790. By late 1791, he landed at the volcanic Batanga Island archipelago. Henry was warmly welcomed by the Powhatan, the tribe elder and chieftain of the Nonyar tribe. The British had a sailor who managed to speak in a basic way with the natives using Gaelic. Why do they speak Gaelic? Anyway, this looks like a lot of what we've read in the diary. Anyway, the tribal culture, being a gerontocracy, was therefore very wise. They hoped for peace and fair trade. The leader asked Henry if he came as a force of good, and Henry acknowledged with a genuine handshake. Powhatan believed Henry was the prophecy of the light coming true. He explained all the evil from the island would be removed and cleansed by the white saviour forever. As a sign of acceptance, Henry was given a splinter of the only gemstone they had ever found while tunnelling, a unique gem so beautiful it must never be in total darkness. The chief's ancestors have kept the gemstone in light for over 250 years. Henry was entrusted with this gem and warned his acceptance and continued support from the tribe would only be secured by never allowing the gemstone to fall into darkness. Henry, a man of respect for local tribes' customs like James Cook, made sure the lamp case they gave him never ran out of oil. He was pleased to have discovered the islands and established trade with an indigenous tribe called the Nonyar. They numbered maybe 400 people and primarily lived on seafood, as their islands were not large and mainly rock. They lived in large caves carved out from the bedrock. They had a plentiful supply of valuable ores, platinum, silver to copper. He exchanged them for food and clothing. From this came a trade treaty that the British wouldn't interfere with the islands and trade peacefully. Henry was promoted to admiral, as the deal was worth huge amounts to all involved and the British Empire. Henry Lombard may have made £1 million from this great relationship with the locals. Then, Admiral Henry Lombard had his own fleet of ships, just trading in the hard-to-locate island chains of the South Pacific. He made a vast fortune, even set up Lombard Optics Factory to create better sextants and telescopes, later compasses, and finally, under his descendant Edward Lombard, 1873 to 1925, the business specialised purely in cameras and lenses. Meanwhile, Lombard House, commissioned by Henry in 1793, completed in 1795, he took residence with his wife Mary Ann Lombard that year. The opulent manor house originally had ornaments from all around the world as a display of Lombard's wealth and love for other cultures. Henry travelled widely around the globe in his later years. The success of this trade venture was short-lived, lasting only 4 years before the low-lying islands were speculated to have been struck by a gigantic tsunami in 1795, killing the entire tribe and apparently flooding their homes. None survived. Over the next 20 years, the islands slowly slipped back under the sea and are now just a reef marked with the remains of the wreck of the Italian brig Indigo Vista that ran aground. Oh, this is a long entry. It just keeps going. I'm not going to read it aloud. I'm just going to skim. Okay, so Henry returned to seafaring, left the estate in his business partner's hands, who was not good with the accounts, made bad investments that cost a lot of money. Henry sold many artifacts to pay for the debts. His wealth was far less as a result of this. He retired, spent his time either on the estate or travelling around the globe. Had a son, Richard Lombard, who became professor of anthropology at Oxford University, expanded into geology and geography, expanded the family business to support navigation tools and improve lens quality. Had a son and a daughter, Jacob and Mildred. Richard continued traveling the world. He led an expedition to the Himalayas in Nepal and didn't return for over a year. However, he returned a broken man and seemed to suffer from bad nerves and an injured leg, never again leaving the estate grounds. Mildred died age 8. Jacob became a strong sportsman. Also an avid scholar. Had sons Benjamin and Edward and Amber. The mother, Lucinda, went mad submitted to Boggle House, which she never left from. Oh, we already know she died there. Benjamin studied history and then was a captain of the Yorkshire Regiment in the Great War, but was declared missing in action. Amber Lombard was killed in an accident in the estate, and so Edward was the only surviving one. Edward Lombard became a leading photographer and assisted the British government need for combat cameras and optical aiming devices in the Great War. He converted the Lombard factory to specialise in lenses and photography during that period, further increasing the business turnover and output. He struggled with the loss of his siblings. Edward suffered from anemia throughout the 1920s. The journal ends with several blank pages. Okay. Probably not worth copying this into here. Not sure there'll be much we really need to refer back to. Kind of sound like background information. I think the main thing of interest there is the Batanga tribe and the gem that can never be allowed to fall in the darkness. But we knew about that already. Okay, so that was family history. I'm interested in the financial ledger. Um, 96. That is not a fumble because, I mean, there's no special penalty for a fumble here. But it's definitely a failure, and it's a failure so big I don't really want to spend luck on that. So that costs 3 time. We go to 185. You search around the dusty bookcases and stacks of papers, but to find what you're looking for seems almost like luck. You persevere for a while. Roll luck. Okay, well, it was... who's got my best library use? Yes, it's Emily French. She has the best library use, so she was searching, so it'll be her luck. Nope. Go back to 31. I'll try again to find the financial ledger. 73, that's a success, costing 3 time. Plus 1d6 time. Okay. I guess it took time to find the things, and then it's a lot of time to go through these many shelves of box folders and handwritten ledgers. 5 more time. Yep, starting to get close to dinner. Many shelves of box folders and handwritten ledgers outline the financial ins and outs of the Lombard estate. The house was commissioned in 1793 and completed in 1795 at the initial quoted cost of £64,300. The work was undertaken by Scarborough building firm Reddish and Thorpe. A further £2,000 was required to tackle foundation issues. Henry Lombard bought many extravagant works of art and ancient relics to furnish the house. Between 1795 and 1803, he spent a staggering £110,000 on these purchases. Numerous receipts outline the purchases, but include the following: artifacts from the Sphinx interior, Herodotus' Guide to the Labyrinth, Cambodian religious relic, Sword of Cassilo, large amber fresco from Babylon, tomes from the Library of Alexandria, lost pages from the Doomsday Book, Liber Ivonis, mummified Egyptian library. I'm pretty certain I've looked at this before. Yeah. Yes, I have read this entry before. Okay, let's undo that. Okay, I succeeded on my roll, so let's just look up something else of interest. Hmm. Occult. Weird occult stuff is happening here. The library has a fairly large section on the occult. Many books are generic, covering topics like witch covens in Europe and the witch hunter general. However, one shelf seems to have the most obscure and arcane text. You notice dust is absent in a wide gap between the books. Obviously, a large book has been taken recently. Anyone researching one of the remaining books must choose which of these tomes to study, as it will take time. 2 hours each for initial skim read. You can leave a party member here for 2 hours. If so, note down what number the time dice will have to be showing. Okay. We have the Cryptical Books of Hassan in translation. The Cryptical Books of Hassan are definitely in the Masks of Nyarlathotep campaign. I don't know if they exist in Lovecraftian stuff outside of that. Have a look. The 7 Cryptical Books of Hassan. Yeah, introducing the short story The Other Gods. I thought they were made up in Mask of Nyarlathotep, but they also show up in the Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath. Nyarlathotep in the Necronomicon. Golden Bough. Read something else or leave the library. Let's read the... I don't think we've come across the name. No, we have come across the name Nyarlathotep. Yeah, let's look up Nyarlathotep. So it's going to take 2 hours to do this. So it's going to be like what, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's put a note here. Oh, but that means the reading is going to cross the evening meal. So I guess this time will be bumped on a bit by how this will be bumped on by however long the evening meal takes. But I think that's fine. Okay, so we have left someone there reading. Let's let's just note down what else there was, because if we want to read more occult books later. Here we go. Books. And we'll say that Emily French is reading it because she is the one who has gone slightly crazy already. Okay, so she is doing that. Go back to the main library. And if she's reading it, she's the one who's good at library use. He's got 55% library use. That's not bad, I suppose. Let's look into astronomy, since there appears to be a meteor heading towards the Earth that will strike in a few days. That's a success, costing 3 time. So mark his library use to improve that. Yep. Okay. 319. This section fills many shelves and covers all aspects of astronomy. It takes half an hour to research the topic briefly. Many are textbooks with technical aspects, and even astral photography is covered in depth, including the making of the lenses, cameras, and moving mounts operated by water for long exposures. The entire section is star map detailing. The rest of the section, rather, is star map detailing each constellation, nebula, comet, and asteroid belts. Some files are in Edward's handwriting and detail his maths of the alignment of 5 astral bodies, namely Aldebaran, Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, and Sirius, where a date of 8th November 1925 is circled in red. Another file shows dense algebra and ends with a pencil sketch of the solar system and an intersecting dashed line crossing what is marked as Earth with the phrase "intercepts 50-50!" exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, so on, circled in red ink. So plus 30 minutes. We don't have much time before dinner. I could try something, but if it's something that's going to take like half an hour to read, is there anything I can quickly do in the house before dinner? So there's room 9, it has a spy hole. Let's have a look. Like, what time do you need to look through the spy hole to see something? Here we've already seen it, so... And do we look through this? I think we did. Yes, we have actually done that. Okay. So there's kind of 2 things that I especially want, and I'm not really sure where to go to get them. So we have 3 more numbers, which this may help us get to because these symbols match the combination lock on the vault. Whether one of the numbers is 4, but not seen any indication of the other numbers yet. Or we could find a gold key. I've not seen anything about a gold key anywhere. I guess let's just wait until the evening meal. We're not killing much time, something might happen. And so Emily French comes down having read like half of the Necronomicon, which is hungry work. Gotta power up that brain. The gong strikes to signify the evening meal, shortly followed with the clock chiming 7 p.m. The remaining benefactors assemble in the dining room and get seated at the grand table in their usual places. A cut of hot belly pork is on display on the centre of the table. Mrs. O'Brien promptly removes lids from the platters and dishes surrounding it. From inside, the most exquisite aromas begin to fill the room. You enjoy loading your plates and pouring exquisite gravy. The room is full of expectant, smiling faces as everyone tucks into the carvery. After a while, the wine is flowing. Quickly, everyone largely forgets the day's stress. Just enjoying the experience of being here in this strange situation seems more pleasant when you have good food and a hot fireplace. Desserts and drinks are wheeled out on a trolley by Mrs. O'Brien. You can't help but think how she is the best housekeeper you would wish to employ. Miss Harris again produces a small harp from her case and plays some powerful classical compositions, the name of which escapes you. The guests chatter about their home lives and families and how they can't wait for this to be over and get back to normal. The clock strikes 9 p.m. and you all get up to leave the dining room and disperse after thanking Mrs. O'Brien. Okay. So 2 hours pass, so let's shift this along by 2 hours. as Emily was not reading the book during dinner, I hope. That would be rude, and you might get food on the book. However, as you leave the dining room, there is a loud noise in the billiard room across the hall. You open the door to see what the commotion is, and are stunned to find a bizarre scene before you. The unlit room has a shaft of strong moonlight piercing through the darkness of the opposite wall of the undraped window. There, illuminated by the moon, between the two billiard tables, you see a man. He is laid prone and shrouded in a mist that seems to be flowing from the tall painting of a cave hung there over where he is. Wait, it's not a painting of a cave at all. It is a cave. As you enter the room, your eyes do not deceive you. It is apparent that the cave is indeed in 3 dimensions, and heading away deep into the wall to an unseen corner where light emanates onto the dank rock formations. Roll sanity for all party members, except Emily, who is back in the library. Let's change her colour. Okay. They need to make D4s that are easy to pick up. 23, that's okay. For Cynthia. I have an awkward in case I lose sanity automatically from seeing this. 61. That's not okay for Dr. Sykes. Fail. Lose 1d3 sanity for this rupture in space-time. So that's going to be 1d3 minus 1. 0. He's okay. Go to 769. Oh, that's another long one. Okay. Whew. The prone man on the billiard room floor begins to stir. Through the mist that surrounds him, you can see he is wearing the British Army uniform, an officer, no less, looking at his insignia and trench cap. Beside him, he has a rucksack and is wearing webbing. The moonlight begins to fade as a cloud moves over the bright full moon. As the light fades, the cave seems to shrink back into a mere 2-dimensional painting. Your jaw drops at the existence of this arcane portal. You wonder, where does it go? Then the officer rolls over and reveals he has a service revolver trained on you. His face is grimy with mud and worse. His clothing is no better. He looks wired and almost manic in his expression and wild eyes. Then he looks around and recognizes the place. Lombard House? This is Lombard House. Wait, what? Yes, it is Lombard House, you confirm. So, who are you? Where is my brother? He asks, lowering his revolver and sitting up. I'm afraid if you mean Edward Lombard, he has recently passed away. I'm so sorry. You try to offer condolences. What? How? He was fit as a fiddle when I saw him last month as I embarked from Southampton to the field of Flanders. What's taken him so suddenly? He demands. He died of anemia, I'm afraid. He suffered with it these last few years until he succumbed, you explain, offering your hand to help him up. As you pull him up, you realise the dissipating mist is concealing that he has, of all things, a Lewis machine gun. He lifts it awkwardly and places it on the billiards table using the integral bipod with a metallic clunk. Looking at him, he appears to have just fallen out of a trench in the Great War. So you dare to ask, where did you just come from, exactly? As you pull him up into an armchair, which he slumps into, you notice he is crying, presumably from the news of his brother's death. He's gone, I can't believe it, he mutters. Then he seems to change his demeanour and get agitated. What date is this? Who are you exactly? Why are you here? He suddenly sounds suspicious. Before you get your answer out, he has a terrible outburst. It's this damned house! Damn you! Damn this house! Damn it all! I'm going to make you pay! I'll be damned if I don't! I'm just an old friend of Edward's who's been invited here as a beneficiary of the estates. You explain your incidental involvement. What date is it? He asks you with more composure. Oh, more composure. What date is it? He asks you with more composure as he collects himself. He gets up from the chair and looks outside for a few moments before starting to empty his rucksack on the second red base table. 6th November 1925, you clearly answer. So, I've lost 11 years. Wait, who won? Who won the war? He demands. The Entente Cordiale won in 1918. So what is your name? It lasted 4 more years? We thought we'd be in Berlin by Christmas 1914. Oh, Major Ben Lombard, Yorkshire Regiment, is his response while checking his equipment. Tell me what is happening, what you know, and what you have. Meanwhile, he pulls out a fairy flare pistol with 3 flares and places them on the table. Then he produces a Mills bomb and 3 drums for his Lewis gun. You tell him your story so far, which he accepts no matter how wild. Remember, sadly, I am struck with the same problems as Edward had, and limited in my actions and words just the same, as is our family's lot. However, you are not. I can see this is Edward's plan now. We need to have outsiders, find what we cannot show, and learn what we cannot teach. That brother of mine was a genius. He musters a smile. Seems the darkness tried to remove you from interfering in his black plans. Seems it must be scared of me to do so, but I'm back. I'm back, you hear me? He shouts towards the ceiling. You all listen for a response, but there is empty silence. He turns to you. Together, I hope we can succeed. But remember, all I can do is follow you, not lead. I suspect over these last 11 years, Edward has been very busy, leaving what few breadcrumbs he could. I'm sure he will invite the sharpest minds he encounters to find them. I guess I'm just as in the dark as you, but I do know that what we face is malign and evil. With the grace of God Almighty, we may still defeat the serpent and cast him out. We shall. Gain Ben Lombard to your party. Ooh. Okay. I'll copy this in and read this character sheet in a moment. His sanity is fairly low, which seems to make sense given the circumstances. Not a starting investigator. Big red text. Yes, here we are. You may not choose him at any point in the game to be the main investigator unless he's the only survivor. You may add the painting portal to your direct access list as follows. It goes to entry 26. Where is entry 26? Okay. Entry 26 is the portal. So let's put that down here. Move time to 8:30 p.m. 8:30? The evening meal finished at 9 p.m., right? Let's double check that. 695. 9 p.m. So that must surely be 9:30. Why is this text box so big? The Major stows his kit in his backpack. So, where are we going? He cocks his machine gun before applying the safety. One thing is certain, I think you may need this. He holds out a strange gold object on a lanyard around his neck. Past the item, you realize it is a key with a gold shaft. Where a handle would be, there is a threat detection. Gain gold key. Okay. That's why I couldn't find the gold key. It was in 1914. If you have the silver key, middle key, and gold key, which I do, go to 985. You screw the three parts of the bizarre key together, and as they tighten up, they form the strangest and possibly longest key you have ever seen. The lock of this fist must be one of the most complex ever created. It is truly a work of art in its own right. Gain vault key. Where's my silver key? Here we go. You smile. Perhaps things are coming together. You can triumph over the unseen enemy. There is still hope. All party members gain 1d3 sanity. Okay. Cynthia is gonna end up more sane than she started. 2 sanity. Emily French feels a sense of satisfaction as she reads the Mythos tome, as if someone has just screwed a key together downstairs. This guy's not lost any sanity at all yet. 2. We also note down that he is a party member. Okay, go to 603. Oops, I didn't note down. So I got to 769. And then we went to 985. Go to 603. That one in my direct access list. Yes, one time. Okay. I guess I don't need the vault key anymore. Sorry, no, the numbers anymore. Well, let's go to 985. Oh yes, Oh, you need the vault key and the code. I see. Hmm. Okay, so I still need to find the 3 other numbers, wherever they are. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I've not had any clue of what where these other numbers might be or what they could be. I've got a 4 from the tower, which I'm assuming corresponds to this plus because the tower is at the western edge of the estate, and so if we take this to be the road, this is the westernmost one. But I have no idea what the. I mean, this one looks like it's right next to the entrance, so maybe maybe I'll go back down to the front, like the front gate at night. Maybe there'll be something I can see there. But yeah, I have no idea what the square and the circle could be. And if this one isn't the front gates, I don't know what that could be either. Okay. So I guess we'll just go back to 231, which is our house map. But I think the fact that it took me to the vault means that I could, in principle, have learned the numbers by now. So I must have missed something. Hmm. Okay, what time is it? It's after 9 p.m. Emily French is still reading the Mythos tome. I guess no time like the present to go. No time like the present to go to the front door and see if we can find anything near there. Sure. So we want to go to the front door. And walk down the drive. We already know that there's a standing stone, and we've already made these rolls. Okay. I should have noted. Well, okay. Let's just jump straight to 54. Sure, why not? I think that was 2 more time overall. All right. It is late, so let's go to. We may already have done this one. I think we have. Oh well, let's just have another look, see what happens. Page 77. As you stand studying the megalith by torchlight, you hear something coming your way. Turning your torch off, something unseen clashes through the tree tops. Something large. A slow, flapping sound, mixed with snapping of twigs, approaches. You duck behind the standing stone as fear creeps into your mind. What on earth could it be? Surely nothing natural is as big or loud. A dark shape is seen passing by outside the estate, following the boundary trees. As it passes the gap in the canopy over the gate, you catch sight of a large shape silhouetted by the moonlight on huge billowing snow clouds. You think you see a massive hulking body, snake-like in shape, carried by two giant wings that remind you of umbrellas. It flies noisily out of sight in seconds. Your hair stands on end. Roll sanity. 77 sanity. Okay. Go back to 231. Okay, so I have to go back into the house. So, hmm. So the megalith is obviously not the place where the hidden numbers, because I've been there during day and during night, and I've not seen any numbers. So let's have a look at my clues, things I've got. Let's just have a look at the like the road out. Like, do those have separate nighttime events as well? No. Um, top 555. That was the church, which I've been to. So let's go back to back to Lumber House as 554. That doesn't have a different nighttime thing. Hit the drive into the house. There isn't a separate nighttime thing here. Yeah, there isn't a separate nighttime thing for going down the drive. It's only at the standing stone. So, okay, let's go back to the house 231. Hmm. Is there something I'm missing with this estate map? I don't think so. So we have a ring of standing stones around the property, but we knew that already. I have many important clues and need to analyze them. Edward Doodle could be very important, or maybe not, depending on which way you look at it. Hmm. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck, I think. I'm not really sure what I've missed in the grounds that would lead to discovering three more numbers. I suppose I can just pass time until we reunite with Emily French, who has been reading one of the Mythos tomes. So let's jump over to 156 for that. Nyarlathotep in the Necronomicon. This book details the messenger of the outer gods and his relevance to the major occult mythos works titled the Necronomicon, although that book doesn't seem to be in this library. The book explains the entities trapped inside the shining trapezohedron, and the lesser-known splinter of that gemstone. I feel like I know what our gemstone is. The tome details how the lizard people tried to destroy the trapezohedron using lightning. The blast only managed to divide the crystal into a smaller version with identical properties. The Nyarlathotep is trapped inside both simultaneously and can escape from either. Ultimately, this attempt to destroy the black gemstone with 24 facets shows how it is impossible to defeat the messenger of the outer gods. All that can be achieved is to keep him at bay inside the gemstones. A banished Nyarlathotep spell is detailed, but the ritual is several pages long and requires many esoteric spell components. A later chapter details the Red Worm, or Bringer of Darkness, who is noted as Nyarlathotep's champion, the father of all hunting horrors. A heinous creature only ever vanquished by Sir George Castillo, later sainted. Like his master, he is immortal, a demon, fabled to return to free Nyarlathotep and acquire his next avatar. However, both Nyarlathotep and the Red Worm are immortal and only temporarily banished from Earth. These cosmic entities are timeless and only possible to stall, not stop. Or that is what the book claims about these supposed creatures. You are filling out your knowledge of the belief system of the Elder Gods. The book certainly opened a rabbit hole as you wish to know more. If only you had the actual Necronomicon rather than this rough overview. Add to your direct access list in the book. I'll just copy the book. Gain 3% Cthulhu Mythos if this is your first reading. It is. She now has 8% Cthulhu Mythos. I can read it 2 more times to gain more Cthulhu Mythos. Roll sanity for each reading. Okay. 40. That is a success. You shrug the idea off, reaffirming that it is the ramblings of a madman or fiction writer at best, a made-up pantheon of ridiculous-sounding gods, a relic of a superstitious past and uneducated explanations for life's mysteries. Just because there is a deep-seated feeling in your mind that this is the truth of our reality doesn't mean you have to believe it, right? Okay. All right. What am I missing? Where are the other 3 numbers? How do I get into the safe? I am assuming that the numbers are all within the grounds of Lombard Estate. That might not be right. a really dumb idea is that maybe the 4 is the square and the numbers correspond to the number of faces. But there's absolutely no evidence for that other than a square has 4 sides. I could try it, I guess. What does the vault say? Where is the vault? I copied it somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I can go to the vault. So let's go to the vault and try it. Why not? I spent one time walking to the vault. But yes, I am kind of not sure what I'm missing to find the code. Okay. Cross times circle equals P. And square times triangle equals Q. Then multiply P. Just multiply all the numbers together and then by 2. That would be 288. Go to that entry number, and if the first words are the vault unlocks, continue. I feel like I've got the wrong one, but let's have a look. I don't think this is going to be right. No. Otherwise, you receive an electric shock. Lose 1 hit point. Hmm. Okay, what else did he say with this sketch? The numbers cannot be found while the sun is high, only the moon can see. We did find our first number at night, so yes, we have to get the numbers at night. Hmm. So leaving the boundary is dangerous outside daylight hours, but necessary. So maybe, I guess that should indicate that the numbers aren't all inside the property bounds because it's inside the property bounds that's safe. So we have to leave the property bounds. Um, is that a little circle of stones there in the map? Hmm. All right, let's try going to this stone circle or whatever it is and see if there's anything here. So I guess I want to leave the house and then go to the green road and can forge cross country here. All right. So let's jump to 231. So I should note that I tried it and it wasn't right. Okay, 2, 3, 1. Then we want to go to the front door. So walk down the drive. So walk on the road left. Follow the green lane. So that's 4 units of time, and let's just consult the map. So we're now in 545. So we're now here. I guess we want to yes, follow the green lane west and then south. So what was that? That was 535, then 534. Two more time. So we are here. Okay, let's go cross country then to the west. So I want to head over there. New territory. Deep snowdrifts are against the dry stone walls that line the main road. Is there a main road here? Yep, there's a road here. Okay. While the road itself has been ploughed and gritted, judging by its shallow, even covering snow, there is a bend in the road at the crest of the high ground. There, a gateway into the snow-filled fields to the west. A steady fall of mid-sized flakes continues, making visibility limited. A stark, blackened, dead tree stands inside the gate with a small recess underneath. I don't like looking at trees at night. Let's go west, 514. Moving through this featureless expanse of snow, you catch sight of a series of standing stones a little distant to your southeast. The snow is heavy now, limiting visibility to 50 yards. The deep snow makes footing difficult, so you begin to heat up a little from the exertion. Let's approach the standing stones. Oh, interesting. I can also go west. So there is presumably a map for the west as well, which I've not got. Hang on. So this could be a circle of standing stones. This could be a tower. But I don't know what the triangle is. And then this could be something off on map number 7. So yeah, if that's 4. Okay, anyway, let's go approach the standing stones. You approach the sight of white-capped megaliths standing in the deep, crisp snow. As you get closer, you can see 10 typical stones form the circle. The wind drops and large flakes swirl down from the heavy sky. Looking around, you can only see your own tracks. It seems no one else has been here since the snowfall began. If it is after dark, which it is, go to 600. The heavy snow clouds part, seemingly due to high altitude winds, yet it is calm here. A brief respite from the snow is welcomed. In a few seconds, the full moon emerges and illuminates the wintry scene. The white snow reflects the bright ambient lights, and visibility improves dramatically. Yet something draws your eye. A faint glow getting brighter now. Something on one of the inner faces of a megalith. Wait, is it a number? Yes, it appears to be Roman numerals. 8. Aha. Okay. It's our second number. That is when you realize someone is coming out of the gloom towards the circle. A figure in a long dark robe with a staff. You ready your weapon, only to hear a woman's voice as she makes her way, hurrying through the drifting snow. Run, run, run! She waves her arm. It is coming, you must leave! She cups her hands to her mouth to be heard. Save yourselves, now, go! As you wonder why she has no shoes on, there is a terrible development as something approaches from behind her. Something massive and black against the white sky. As you watch on in horror, in only a moment it descends and attacks the poor woman. Your jaw drops as the giant creature swoops down on powerful, bat-like wings and literally bites her in two, somewhat like a shark supposedly could. You can see the monster's eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eyes, roll over white. At that moment, all the hollering and screaming. Then the snow turns red. Roll sanity. And the orchid doesn't help. $77 sanity. Yeah, can't spend luck on sanity rolls. Fail, lose 1 sanity. It's only 1 sanity, that's not so bad. However, the creature hunting you is so horrific, roll sanity. Oh geez. Whew. Success, you hold it together in the face of the terror. Okay. The fast flying serpent twists into the snowstorm. Do you shoot at the deadly monster, start running towards the... Running sounds bad because I'm running across an open field. I think I hunker down behind one of the megaliths and hide. You hunker down behind one of the larger megaliths that form the desolate stone circle. Taking stock of your situation, you realize this is one of the higher pieces of ground and fully exposed to the elements. Indeed, the wind picks up slightly, causing the temperatures to drop again. You waste out a few minutes preparing your firearm, but there's no sign of the horror that is hunting you. Only falling snow fills your vision as the gap in the clouds has long since closed. You cannot stay here for long, for you'll be suffering from frostbite. You are not equipped to spend long stationary times in such extreme conditions, so you conclude that you need to make a break for it back to the road to the east and ultimately the comparative safety of Lombard House. There is no sign of the flying menace. You hope it has departed, but Node is still out there somewhere, waiting. You take a deep breath and set off running through the falling snow. The whiteout makes it disorientating, but you can see your own tracks and follow them back towards the road. However, you see a dark shape form from behind the swirling snowflakes. The gargantuan flying serpent bursts towards you from your right. Either defend myself or dive to the ground. Who's good at shooting? We have an army man here. Wow, 70% in shotguns. Okay, I think she's gonna shoot it with the shotgun. Combat. All members of the party can shoot at the hunting horror while you sprint towards the unseen road through the blinding snow. This sounds like a truly horrible situation. Range is point blank, get an advantage die. The target is large, get an advantage die. Moving fast, disadvantage. Fire is sprinting, disadvantage. So it's just a straight roll. Oh, it has 9 points of armor. Are shotguns especially like penalized by armor in Call of Cthulhu? I can't remember. Let's have a look. I know they are in many systems. Doesn't say. So I guess it just does normal damage. We have 9 points of armor. 9 armor and 26. Yeah, there's no way I'm defeating this thing. This is a terrible idea. Okay. Okay, start with Cynthia. That is a 71. She misses. Emily French, she has a handgun. She hits 1d10 plus 2. Where's my... Oh, here's a d10, of course. D10 plus 2. 6. That does not penetrate the armor. Marcus Sykes, he has a shotgun. Hits, it is 4d6 damage. Um, 10, 11, 12. So that's 3 points of damage. Keep track of his hit points up here. So it starts at 26. Actually, that's a terribly confusing way to write numbers. It has 23 hit points. Major Ben Lombard. He has a Lewis gun. Is that... That's a machine gun, right? Yeah, that's firearms machine gun. He doesn't actually have firearms machine gun, though. But surely he should have firearms machine gun if that's the weapon he comes with. It says 64 for his skill there. Does he have 64 in? No, it's got 64 in rifle shotgun. Well, okay, I'll trust this. He has 64 in Lewis gun. Yeah, that's better than the revolver. .47, he hits. 2d6 plus 4. Oh, not bad. 3 points of damage. Oh, yeah, we didn't reduce it to 0 hit points. So go to 690. The hellish monster hurtles towards you on its umbrella-like wings. The huge maw is wide open, showing its many layers of razor-sharp teeth before the horror attacks with extreme ferocity. Whoever has the lowest move in the party is bitten. Where is move on the character sheet? Okay, I've got 8, 9, 4, 8. Okay. Marcus Sykes. Why is his move so low? Because he has a cane. I'll be why. Okay. Is bitten while a different random party member is crushed. Okay. That's a 65%. That's hits. Okay, that's 4d6 hit points. I think I might be spending the luck to avoid a gruesome, horrible death here. Why do I have his current sanity as 2? That's obviously not right. I think he gained 2. Well, that's 11. Yeah, 16. I think I'm going to spend 35 points of luck using the pulpy rule that I keep forgetting about. If investigators are going to die from an injury, they can spend 35 luck to avoid all the damage, which is very generous. That doesn't just leave them alive. That leaves them alive and uninjured. Right. Okay. So a different random member of the party. So I have 1, 2, 3 other members of the party. Let's pick on someone. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. It is Cynthia. She's going to be crushed. That's a success. Yeah, I think I'll avoid the 13 points of damage that would kill me in a single hit. And a 14 luck. No matter what happens, you cannot stop. Sprinting onwards, powered by adrenaline, causing your veins to escape. So 850. Sprinting headlong through the ceaseless snowfall, you feel your heart pounding in your chest and your legs burning. Following the footprints through the whiteout, you see a blackened dead tree come into view, then the gate at the roadside. However, there is a cry from your companion, alerting you that the pursuing monster will soon be making another attack. Make for the cover of the lone tree or press on and vault the gate. If I go for the tree and then the tree decides to wake up and kill us, that will be really bad. Also, I don't think getting cover is going to help us, like, unless we stay out here all night, but we don't have cold weather gear. So I think we need to press onto the gate. Also, time has been passing. I think we missed like 2 points there. In an effort to escape, you don't hesitate and accelerate your pace to vault the snow-covered 5-bar gate. You can sense the hunting horror approaching out of your peripheral vision, but you can't be distracted if you're going to make it. Roll jump. Who has the best jump? It's kind of funny how like actually important jump is as a skill in Call of Cthulhu. You know, people look at the skill list when they're new to the game and say, jump, when would I ever use that? So in situations like this, you use jump. Okay, 35 is the best jump in the party. Yep, we made it. Let's check that jump. Success, go to 760. Combat. Diving over the high gates, you land and roll. Coming to a stop by the edge of the highway, you see the massive black horror obliterate the top bar of the gate with his deadly jaws before flying by you. You try to hit the horror at point blank or melee. Roll to hit with an advantage die. But it has 9 points of armor. I'm assuming that everyone can try to hit it because we're all together. Start with Cynthia. The shotgun is the only useful weapon she's got here. And she missed again. Oh my god. She can't cope under stress. Emily French is going to use her handgun. Yep. Nope. Oh. This guy, Marcus Sykes, gonna use his shotgun. The sword cane is cooler, but doesn't deal enough damage. Nope. Oh, hang on, advantage die. Okay, let's just re-roll for these people. 90. Nope. 83. Nope. 94. Nope. Uh, 53. That hits with the Lewis gun. Yep, the 53 hits. 2d6 plus 4. That's a 10, so 1 point of damage makes it through the armor. If you try to escape on foot to the east, 740. We're not going to make it back. Like we're running through snowy fields in the night, being chased by a horrible flying monster. Should have driven here. You waste not a second and jump the frozen wall into a young birch thicket. Wildly sliding through deep drifts of snow, you are compelled by sheer fear to keep moving and not look back. The falling snow is oppressive, making it feel claustrophobic in the freezing wood. Sensing something wicked this way comes, you get down to the shadow of an old tree stump. Roll stealth. Who is stealthy? 45, 50. Okay, 50 stealth. That's a success. Go to 770. A dark shadow blocks out the moonlight. You hear something swoop through the air nearby, heading back the way you came. Indeed, you hear flapping, like dragging an umbrella. The sound recedes along the road. You waste no time, run for your life through the endless downpour. You're starting to grow tired of the novelty of damned snow. Nearing the edge of the trees, you wait a moment, and thank goodness you did. Again, the massive black serpent swoops along the tree line 50 yards to your right. Once it disappears to the south, into the gloom, you make a run for it. Stopping now and again in cover, you don't see the horror hunting again, but you feel totally stressed by the thought of it ambushing you and maybe just toying with its prey. Yet you make it back to the Lombard estate and seek safety inside. What on earth was that? Your companion asks. Well, that is the question. Was it even of this earth? You question. It is incredible, unbelievable, even is their reply. Checking your firearms ready, you suggest maybe we shouldn't tell anyone about this, or we'll be thrown in the asylum. Do we all agree? The party agree that you are all sure to keep such a secret. For the sake of your reputation, or maybe freedom, could be at stake. Everyone is still on edge once you reach Lombard House to get inside out of their wet clothes. Quietly, you warm up by fire. Remember, you can perform first aid. Was anyone actually... No one was actually injured because they were going to be instantly killed. And so we spent luck. Plus 1d3 time. Three time. Then go to 231. Okay, but it's a good sign, I think, that I spotted a circle of standing stone, a circle on the map, and there was a circle there, and I was thinking that oh, Ooh, I see. I thought the curvy line, I thought this line was the road, but actually it's the coast because we've got a triangle here. Okay, we have triangle, square, circle, and then off on map 7, which is beyond this, there must be the plus. Okay. So we can only see these things at night, and we're running out of nights. We have tonight and tomorrow night, and then the world ends, I suspect. So we have to go find a second one tonight, I think. And then maybe hopefully find the last one tomorrow. It'd be very nice to have map number 7, but I don't know where we'd get that. But I think what we want to do, we want to drive out now to. I mean, we could walk out, but then we get chased by something again. Then we want to. Yeah, it is a pretty short walk, but I think we want to drive now to 574. So let's all pile in the car and try to make a drive auto, which is 40, 55. That's 61. I could spend some luck on that. I think I don't want to crash. Yeah, spend 6 points of luck. And we drive to whatever I said it was. 574. Yeah. You make it through the deepening snow accumulating here in the low ground. Indeed, there is some shelter, and the snow is falling more vertically despite the sound of wind in surrounding areas. The road crosses the railway line at the level crossing and allows access to the Haven-Wyke railway station. Just make sure I'm looking at the right place. Yep, 574. Got Haven-Wyke over here. The platform offers a waiting room to get out of the weather and a timetable showing you can catch a train here at 1/2 past to head to any station to the north. You may use the waiting room to turn the time dice to the desired train arrival time. Okay. I was hoping to find it, and you see a mysterious triangular structure. Okay, I suppose the triangle is like right on the coast, so it might actually be Haven-Wyke itself. Because yeah, north goes into this square here, and yes, so east goes here, south goes here. So yeah, we are heading. The only options are to get a train, or to head off from this square. And there's no like nighttime thing. So let's go to the public house, Haven-Wyke to the east, 584. I was so confident about my triangle on the map, but now I'm not so sure. Well, let's see what we got. You are outside the Haven-Wyke public house. The rafters are now heavy with snow. Smoke rises from the chimney while light is evident through the curtained windows. Behind the house is an ancient woodland filled with twisted oaks that descend down a ravine out of sight. Oh, that sounds like a good, ominous place to go. A well-trodden route through the snow heads off northwest across the fields. By the wall. I guess we also brought the car over here, so the car is now at our Habenweg because we don't need to roll to take it only one space. Pretty sure. If you wish to drive only one grid, no roll, and one time, just like walking. Okay, cool. So we've pulled the car up to the pub. Okay. By the wall, a footpath is marked with a sign to the shore that descends into the forested ravine, while the other direction is defined as clifftop path to Scarborough, 9 miles. Both these tracks head to the east into the woods. To the south are open fields laden with drifting snow adjacent to the railway embankment. The line continues to your west, where the Wyke railway platform on which you first arrived lays, now white with snow. It is easily accessed by a level crossing. Snow continues to descend from the heavens. The murky clouds above you bring a certain gloom, only apparent in heavy snow showers. Okay, I do not have Brady as an ally. I can enter the public house and take the path to the northwest. I think I want to take the steep eastern path to the shore. 493. I don't see a if it's nighttime thing here. You set off down the path into the snow-filled forest. The terrain is steep and not easy going. The trail is muddy and has definitely been used a fair amount since the snow began to fall, twisting and turning down the steep gradients. Eventually, you come out into a clearing. You're a few yards above the rock-littered shoreline by the river. A makeshift bridge crosses to allow you to ascend the cliff to the other side of the ravine. The river flows over the edge of the rock platform and spills onto the beach. You soon find a way down and discover that a pair of waterfalls cascade from above and form a pool that empties into the sea. The snow is light, but still refusing to cease altogether, although none is really settled here due to the salty sea air. I do not have Agent Brady as an ally. I can roll Spot Hidden. I think I really want to succeed on that because I want to know if there is something here. So we have a 70 in Spot Hidden. Okay, 14. Go to 462. Time. You notice there is something odd about the waterfall on the right. Upon investigating, you find your suspicion is correct. There is actually a natural cave behind the cascading water, presumably worn away from the combination of river water and crashing waves. To get inside, you must walk through the freezing cold water. This is not very appealing in this temperature. There again, at least it offers some shelter from that damned salty wind creeping in from the dark North Sea. That sounds like a terrible decision-making process. Like, well, I may get drenched in freezing winter water like snow melt, but at least I'll be out of the wind. Let's go to the waterfall. It's possible this will kind of head back west. And we'll be like beneath this, and that's where we'll find the thing. I don't know. The triangle here could be a complete coincidence. I may just have gone like totally off track, but there's not another triangle, is there? No, and it does fit the shape of the coast. So anyway, you tighten your collar and dart through the freezing waterfall into the recess behind. Ice cold water goes down your neck anyway, shocking you enough to release an involuntary gasp. Inside of the dank green cave, you use your light to illuminate the location. Seems that this seaweed-covered rock leads back into the cliff. The sound of the waterfall is overwhelming. You see there are cracks in the ceiling where water flows and drips. The floor is incredibly slippery. Roll dexterity. I guess everyone is rolling dexterity because you lose a hit point if you fail. 78. A fail means you slip your footing and lose one hit point from a fall. Okay, probably everyone's going to lose a hit point. Maybe we can do some first aid. We have a doctor with us. Yep. He's okay. Okay, the doctor, how long does first aid take? Takes one time. Okay, cool. Okay, he's going to attempt first aid, which he has. Where is first? He has 70 first aid, and he's going to attempt to heal a hit point each for these two. Okay. Okay. Right, they each recover a hit point. 2 time passes. Okay. Holding onto the wall, you manage to move further inside, and after a few meters, the tunnel opens up into a dank cavern. It is pitch black, other than the light from your torch. The cavern is perhaps 10 yards long and 5 wide before a low natural arch leads into what appears to be another similar chamber. You notice the green weed on the floor, bare marks of usage. Indeed, a half dozen barrels are standing neatly by the walls. Around them are a few other bottles of spirits. The closest is a crate marked containing 24 Irish whiskey bottles. You can choose to gain a bottle of spirits. I already have a bottle of spirits. Yeah, I don't think I need more. Head into the second cavern 379. You move further into the cave. Again, there are several barrels and a crate marked as rum XXX. This area is a little drier and quieter, although the constant sound of water is always heard, echoing around the vaulted cave ceiling. You can see that there are 3 exits. One to the north is a twisting tunnel with carved steps climbing out of sight. A level passage exits to the west. A low archway leads into another cavern to the east, where booty is stored. So the east is just where I came from. Let's map the caves. So we just came from 365, right? Oh, that's a different prompt. We're on 37. We're on 395. Yeah. I don't know why it has defaulted to putting a highlight on things. Okay, 395 exit. It goes to 379. We can actually lay these out geographically. Or like arranged in the the right cardinal directions. West. Okay, so 379 is to the west, then we have 370. And we've not been there, so let's highlight that. And we have that's the north, and let's not have these giant text boxes. So we have 370 to the north. We have 365 to the east. And we have 390 to the west. I want to go west. I think that's like if this hunch is correct at all, the west is where it's going to be. So we want to go west. So 390. Move this over here where I got some space. Okay, you cautiously creep along a short passage to what turns out to be a junction. There is a way to the west along a dark passage, while a tunnel to the north reveals some light source. Eastward, a subterranean passage echoes the sound of crashing waves. They can be felt through the stone floor as rumbling vibrations as each wave hits the beach. You notice a crack in the south wall near the junction that can fit a person, but it appears that it's a solid stone wall and it's just a recess. The bedrock is firm and shows signs of tidal erosion in lines across its surface. Move north to the light, which is 340. We can go west to 495. We can go east back to 379. I think I want to go to 495. Oh, it's not 340, it's 240. Let's go to 495, which doesn't cost any time. As you approach the next chamber, if it's not your first visit, go to 502, otherwise roll stealth. I don't like the sound of that. Stealth, someone had 50% in stealth, right? 45, 50, yeah, 50 is the best stealth. Oh, that's a success, that's fine. So 155. As you steadily approach, you spot two men sitting around by some barrels of rum. They're dressed in dirty smocks and oilskin chaps with scuffed, waxed caps. Seems they are smugglers. You notice one is loading his revolver and says to the second smuggler, "I'm telling you, the customs men are in here. Get ready for a shootout because I don't know about you, but I am wanted for a string of offences, so they'll be throwing the key away. Not going out like that, Nobby. No way. I'd rather go down fighting." I can go back, or I can open fire. Let's go back to 495. So I guess I go back to 390 actually, because that's the actual previous room. Okay, let's go north then, I guess. You find this passage opens into a small chamber. The smooth walls are lined with vibrant green moss, while the distant sound of the waves can be felt through the rough-hewn floor. High up in the cave ceiling, there must be a crack, as natural light is shining down as a narrow beam. It seems that whoever used these tunnels has made use of the illumination by installing an old table and chair underneath. On the table, you find a half-drunk bottle of rum, various papers, and a pencil. There are 3 X's. If it is after dark... Ooh, it is after dark. So we're on... we went 390, 495, 155. Now we're going to 225. I guess I don't really need the map if I already found something. 225. The narrow beam of moonlight piercing the darkness of the cave illuminates the rock face behind the desk and reveals a triangle of luminous blue moss. A triangle! And in the center, a green glowing numeral 5. The beam of moonlight fades as you deduce a cloud is transiting the sky above ground, leaving you in darkness. I hope it's just a cloud, although I suspect it's not. The hair stands up on the back of your neck. Okay, we've got 3 of the numbers now. But yeah, we don't have map 7, so we don't know what the plus could be. So that can be a problem because, the stone circle, we just saw it in a field that there was a stone circle to investigate. But the triangle, we actually had to leave the triangle grid square and kind of move off and go through a cave and come back to it underground. So it'd be very easy to miss the plus, I think, if we don't have a map and so don't know what square we're aiming at. Let's search the papers. Why not? I like searching papers. Flicking through the papers on the table, you spot lists of shipments, some form of manifest and rough accounting. You notice a scribbled note about 20 bottles of spirits lost into the sea when a crate spilt while unloading. Split, rather, while unloading. It's a 2 of 5. Oh no. Oh no! Just then, too late, you realize someone is behind you. Indeed, looking around, you find 3 men with revolvers trained on you. Stay where you are and everything will work out fine. Don't do anything stupid. I'm afraid we'll have to shoot, says one of the bearded men. They have dirty woolen jumpers and oilskin trousers. The spokesman has a cap and pipe in his mouth. You notice a small tattoo of an octopus on his cheek. I don't have any sea law because Captain Ron Mahoney is dead. This feels like a odd thing. So, look, we're here to buy some booty. I say, you men appear to be smugglers. Well, me and my friends are in the market for some booty. Do you have any you could sell us? Let's try it out. I should have left before reading the papers. We are here to buy some of the booty, you explain, or pretend to be some trope of mobster, suggesting these are your associates and muscle. You do your best casual gangster improvisation. Okay. Fast talk. Can't imagine this going well at all. Yeah, no. Okay, let's see. Who has the most luck to spend on this? 14, 41, 20, 0. Okay. Emily French is trying to pretend to be a gangster because she has the most luck to spend on this. 60. No way. I don't even have the luck to do it. Adventurist is one of my dead characters good at fast talk. Of course, Keiko Fong only has a 15 in it. That's not amazing. Better than 5, though. Yeah, looks like 15 is the best. You prepare to meet your maker and close your eyes. The lantern makes it impossible to see your murderers as more than silhouettes. So this is it. There is a sudden flurry of deafening gunfire, muzzle flashes, and clouds of gun smoke. Somehow, you're not hit. How on earth? You see your would-be assassins now lay lifeless on the cold stone floor. A second passes before you realize there are others there, and they are uniformed customs men who begin to sweep in from each entrance, armed with their revolvers. You're still standing, with your hands up, in shock at what has just played out before your eyes. It is all fine now, sir/madam. I am Customs Agent Brian Brady, an officer of His Majesty the King. I heard everything that was said just now as we were moving to make arrests after a long operation to follow all these hardened criminals. Well, now it is all over, and saves the crown the expense of a trial. Their willingness to murder members of the public who just stumbled upon their operation shows they deserve the gallows in my eyes, an eye for an eye. He winks and shakes your hand. Thank you so much for attempting to thwart this dastardly gang, but you should leave it to the professionals. Now, you should collect your things and go home. I will handle the scene, and follow up operation immediately, and I'll be in touch in a few days for your statements. Now, if you could follow this officer who will escort you out, if you need anything, then please don't hesitate to contact the Customs and Excise office in either Scarborough or Whitby. It has been a pleasure to save you. If I can do it again, I surely will. Goodbye. That turned out much better than I expected. Gain Agent Brady as an ally. Customs agent leads you through the tunnels and up a long ladder that opens into a concealed trapdoor in the beer cellar of the Habenwijk. He shows you to the bar, but no one else is there. Before he shows you outside and suggests you head home. +3 time. 2, 5, 8, 4. We are outside. Okay. I think we shall drive back to the house. That sounds like a good thing to do now. That's fine. We've already checked drive order for the drivers, so we make it back to the house. 554. The cost of 2 time. Okay, so I am a little tempted to just like set out to go to try to find the plus building, but again, it's going to be easy to miss without the map. So I know it's going to be like in this line, but yeah, I don't know. I feel I want to find a map somehow. Maybe the local landmarks in the library could be something to research. Yeah, we still have a bit of time before we have to go to bed. It's in real life and in game. It's only midnight in game. So yeah, I will keep at this for a little bit longer. I want to finish off this day at least. I don't want to end the session well, not midday, but partway through a day, given that we've been doing a day per stream so far. So yeah, okay. We're back in the house. Go to 554. Okay, then to. Actually, I think we can jump straight to 231 because we are at the 231 rather because we're in the house. Yeah. Okay. Right. 231 house interior. So let's go to the library. We have index as an ally. And we want to research local landmarks. Hopefully we will get a map of the area. That would be really handy. Success and only 1 time. It is now after midnight. Slogging through various sections of the library takes half an hour. You determine that there are a few landmarks of note in this area. There are some boundary stones upon the moor called the Lord's Stones. That's presumably where we went. Basically described as upright, solitary megaliths, perhaps medieval. Each is around 150 yards apart. They are to the north. Okay, no. Near Ravenscar and links to Whitby Abbey. There are many burial mounds from the Bronze Age all around this region. The most notable is named the Three Hows, which are in a triangle formation. Folklore tells us they were built for 3 powerful druids, but historians suggest they were more likely settlement leaders. A Neolithic stone circle is apparently nearby, often referred to as the Clofton Stone Circle. It seems to have a central altar stone by all accounts. Oxford University have done a field study on it, but found no real evidence or artifacts after digging down several feet. It is suggested by archaeologists that it is perhaps 3,000 years old. Also, the oldest Christian monument in northern England is on the highest point of the North Yorkshire Moors. The North Yorkshire Moors, are they basically due west from here? Kind of. Maybe we're a little bit south, actually. The King of Northumbria, Edwin, in 626 AD, was passing there with his retinue. An assassin went to stab him with a blade. The king's thane, Leela, jumped in the way, saving Edwin at the cost of his own life. The king's guards killed the assassin. Leela was buried on the spot, and a burial mound, or how, was built over his grave. Edwin commissioned a cross to be mounted on top to honour his thane's loyalty. It was replaced after the Norman invasion with a more Maltese design. It is indicated on a map of the Eastern Moors. Plus 30 minutes. Gain map 3. Map 3 is number 7. Ooh. Is it going to line up like this? Let's see. Does that line up? I'm not sure it does. But there's a cross. Okay, let's see. So if it were to line up, it would look like that. But we have a gap here. Yeah, this doesn't look like it matches up. But we have the cross. So I think it's worth checking out. Let's see if we can try and figure out where this. So we've got like this is probably 2 Whitby here, this cutoff bit. We have 2 Whitby up here. So yeah, this is definitely way to the north. It's probably like up here. The area north of Lombard House, beyond Stantondale. And here we have north beyond Stantondale. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so it is to the north, but we do have a cross-shaped monument, which I think is worth checking out, even if it's not in a line. Okay, let's go back to where we were. We were at 134. I'm not sure any else that's in the library is worth checking out. Let's see, what time is it? So we do have some time left before we just pass out. Actually, no. When it gets to 1 AM, we have to make constitution checks. So, pretty sure we can't be out of the house at that point because people might fall asleep. Let's have a quick look at 872. Does it say it's in the house? Yeah, you have to roll constitution, people going to their bedrooms. So I think I was wondering whether it'd be worth driving out to... Where is the closest road, actually? I guess the North Yorkshire Moors aren't known for their easy road access, so I guess we have to get to like where we get to this point here, 775, and then we have to go west, like cross the river somehow to get to the cross. I think it is worth checking out the cross during the daytime because there seems to be something interesting there. Then we can just hang out until night. Um, but it's probably worth looking around to see if I can find any more maps. It would be nice to have a map of the area west of Lombard House, because if there is an area beyond here, I would like to know what it is. Actually, let's just go back to the stone circle. So what was it? 514. So we could actually go west from there, couldn't we? 514. Press on to the west, go to 794. So, hang on, 794. So that would line up. Actually, no, not quite. But if it's 794, that means that is how it lines up. Which means this isn't really the area north of Lombard House at all. I mean, it's very slightly north, I suppose. I guess that does make me feel better about this cross, given that it does very nearly line up, apparently, with the stone circle. But yeah, I don't think we can get there tonight. So what events do we have tomorrow? I suppose let's just pass some time in the library, and then we'll go to bed, and then tomorrow, next stream, we will go check out that landmark. So let's look into some local history if we can. I hate picking up defaults. 52. What was the library? What was our library use? I think it was like 50 or something. 35. 20. Oh, 75. No, that's very good. Okay, that again costs 1 time. And we're looking into local history. All right, it takes a further 30 minutes to skim the huge piles of relevant documents. In the Domesday Book, there is a reference to a settlement at Statendale. Later in the 13th century, a settlement was mentioned in the papers named Peak. By the 18th century, Peak was renamed Ravenscar. There are ledgers, many local family trees, land ownership, and even some old Scarborough Borough Council files. All the background details of a bustling coast and farming community. The books also detailed a few battles fought here during the Scottish incursions. One is notable as having taken place somewhere called Bloody Beck on the Great Moorland. That was on our map, right? Bloody Beck, where the beck flowed red with blood. A rough map suggests the bodies of the casualties were buried near Jugger How, which is up here. There are plans, maps, and blueprints of locations detailing local mills to churches. All the historical background information on nearby areas can be found here. Many books detail Captain James Cook's voyages and life, along with the strong whaling background of the area at the time. Farming was livestock, but the main wealth of the area came from fishing and the fleets of trawlers from Scarborough and Whitby. The last thing to catch your eye is a pamphlet about the 3 Hows, which are here. Apparently, a How is a regional name for a burial mound. The text details local legend would have it that the 3 Hows were built as tombs for great druids before Christianity. The druids' names Hadron, Warren, and Black. Legend says they fought a bloody battle with a terrible serpent who invaded the area and attacked livestock. Sounds relevant. Before turning on the villagers, once there were no more goats. The legend says that the moor is desolate, as the serpent breathed fire and burnt the entire area to black ash. Almost all perished in the flames. The only survivors had taken refuge inside the Druid's stone circle near Clofton. The Druids defeated the evil serpent through magic in a duel to the death. They rebuilt the villages and guided the community to recovery, finally honoured with these impressive tombs. Indeed, many of the burial mounds in this area are from the Bronze Age. Officially, these ancient farmers did not understand the sustained use of land and overfarmed the area until the soil was destroyed. Apparently, that is how the moors were created, by historic misuse, leaving the depleted black soil and peat only able to sustain heather. The survey that you find details all of this in the final analysis, which suggests that the soil quality is poor around the exposed moors. Okay, and that brings us to 872. We are tired. Let's resolve the nighttime things and then we'll end the stream. As the loud clock strikes 1 o'clock in the morning, many of the beneficiaries make their good nights and retire to their bedrooms. Indeed, it has been a very tough day, and you're starting to feel rough. I do not wish to stay up, so I shall go and sleep. You are relieved to lock your door and finally get into bed. It has been a long, stressful day. The room is cold, but the blankets soon warm through. You blow out the candle and relax into the down pillow. The room is still unfamiliar, and some limited moonlight makes it through the heavy drapes. Soon, the darkness brings on your descent into slumber. All party members heal 1 hit point. So I noticed that she's down multiple hit points, so I think I've not been doing this. So I'm just going to bump her up 3 hit points, because she didn't get injured a load today. Okay, everyone is fine. You can ignore all constitution reductions and penalties. Gain 18 Eldritch points minus 2 per party member who's been killed. We have lost 3, so we're going to gain 12 Eldritch points. Each party member may roll to advance skills. Okay, so we've got Drive Auto and Spot Hidden, so I need to roll over. Nope, that was Drive Auto, and now for Spot Hidden. Nope. Drive Auto. Nope. Jump. Yep. So get a D6. 4 points of jump. Sure, let's put it there. And library use. Nope. Actually, I just set a background color. There we go. Roll the main investigators. Power. Who's the main investigator right now? It is Cynthia Balshaw. That is a success. Go to 987. Morning. November 1925. You wake feeling like you hardly slept. You recall having some horrid nightmares, but their subject escapes you. However, after a few minutes, you come round and upon rising, splash water on your face and neck, rousing you quickly from exhaustion. Dressing, you check in your small travel mirror that you are presentable. You look dreadful. Lose 1d6 appearance. Okay. 1. You take a moment to choose what equipment you decide to carry for the day ahead. You may swap any items you look. I think kind of okay. Descending the stairs, you yet again nod at the smiling painting of the late Edward before entering the dining room for breakfast. Mrs. O'Brien greets you, as usual, and serves you a cup of tea, with her fantastic bacon on hot buttered toast plus a side of fried tomato. It warms you through, and you must say it is the best bacon, while you watch the snow falling out of the window. Apparently there was an earthquake recorded yesterday, says Mr. Gray, the solicitor, as he studies the Times newspaper. After the food, you sit for a few moments wondering what today will bring. No time like the present to find out. 9:30 a.m. Okay, so we have one night left to get the thing. So we need to go to Lila Cross, but we have to be there at night. We only have one night left. We need to get the number and then come back to the house and use the number to open the safe, to open the vault rather, and then save the world. I hope. Is the timetable is a bit tight. It would have been very handy if I didn't get caught in thinking that all of the things were inside the property grounds. Um, I should have realized sooner that they are outside of the property grounds because it says you have to go out, and we've not been attacked inside the grounds. We were only attacked when we went out to the megalith on the road, and we went out to the field beyond the tower. So, yes, obviously outside the property boundaries. Oh well, I think we're on track now, and we can just do our best and hopefully discover whatever the secret is at Lila Cross. I'm a little put out by the fact that it's not actually aligned with the others. It is one grid point to the north. But I guess the map is roughly right. They don't have to be perfectly in a line, I suppose. But yes, we'll head out there tomorrow and see what is going on. All right. Thank you for watching. We'll pick this up next week with day 5. Yes, day 5, the 7th of November. And the quest to Lila's Cross. All right. See you next time.